Hello everyone, my name is Notepad and I write games for fun usually, but what are we doing today? Today we're going to be going over a few games. Yes, we're going to be going over a handful of games by a very particular company. We've covered a couple of their games before at this point, but I think it's good to know who these guys are. This is Osprey Games. Now, if you are a war gamer, you might know Osprey Games a little bit more. These are the guys who publish things like Bolt Action, Silver Bayonet, Frostgrave, quite a few. They've got a lot more games, too, than just that. They're usually referred to as the Blue Book games. Blue Book games are, let me see if I can find, are like this is Pacific Command, wargaming in World War II aircraft carrier battles. Usually a lot of these Blue Book games are pretty cheap. You see it's only £15. Usually a very small book too. Sometimes only 80, sometimes fewer pages. Hello, phone. These are really small games. You kind of see here they've got Poseidon's Warriors, Billion Suns, Gasland? They publish Gaslands? But yeah, they've got quite a few different games that they've published in some variety. Usually they're by different people, but sometimes they have similar ones. But the entire premise of this is they are, hey, we want to publish our little tiny war game. And what do? Here's how you play it. They don't really come with miniatures. They don't come with anything similar to that. But instead, they have just... they usually link you back to somebody. Usually it's a contributor or it's a very particular person. But this is what they're probably what a lot of people know them for. Alternatively, they have their own very particular game. Bolt Action, Frostgrave, Oathmark, and a couple other different games out there. But we're going to be talking about Osprey role-playing. In the past couple years, I would say the Bull Press games and fascinating people like TTRPG and spend for prison inmates. Oh, that could be kind of interesting. I'll look into them. Give me 1 second. My mom decides she wants to talk. So, give me 1 second. Let me just put on the... Where is it? My phone updated, and because my phone updated, it has decided to add in 50 new things. OSR fun. Games are really, very OSR, so that... A difference in terms of styles, less fantasy, more hip-hop whoosh, but that could be interesting. But yeah, Osprey has quite a few different games. A lot of different games, actually. And some of them you might have heard about. We've actually covered a few of them. The one that we've covered actually is Jackals. Because Jackals is a very interesting game, and it has some cool ideas to it. You see right here, here's Jackal. We've covered Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades. Not my favorite, but that's, I think, a little bit more by Jeremy Bai than anything. And we've also covered Sigil and Shadow, which I quite enjoyed. These are very unique games. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by unique, Mr. Notepad? What I mean is that they usually are very... How do I want to word this nicely? Usually they're kind of cheap. And I mean that in more... And I mean that more in the way of these games are usually not the be-all, end-all. As you kind of see here, Osprey Publishing themselves actually does a lot of different books. They do have a lot of different art books, things like that. They are a history thing. They're based out of the UK, obviously. So if we go to like here, they've actually got some board games. Right here, Battalion, War of the Ancients, oh boy. They publish a little bit of everything. You might also know them from Undaunted, which Undaunted is a very good game, and people seem to like it a lot. But Osprey's role-playing game selection is usually they're usually a little bit stranger than you would think. There's always a legally distinct variant to it. There's always it's the great value version of another game sometimes. You could say Jackals was the great value version of RuneQuest. What you can also say Sigil and Shadow was the great value version of World of Darkness. Does this mean these are bad? No. Quite the opposite, in fact. Sometimes they can be very good, and sometimes even better than their source material. I've been collecting some of these, been trying to do my best today. Trying to do my best to get as much as I can. The games we are not going over is The Terror Beneath, Investigative, or it looks to be legally distinct Vaesen, maybe. I'm like, I don't know where this is going. Through the Hedgerow, I've been told Through the Hedgerow is here. I've been told about it. People seem to like it. I'm curious where it goes. Tomorrow City, which is diesel punk role-playing. I haven't seen any of that yet, and I've seen anyone talk about it at all. Let's see. We're going over the ones I haven't gone over because there's quite a few. You kind of see, like, there's just a lot of them. We've also not gone over... We've not gone over Pressure, industrial science fiction role-playing. What does that mean? Who knows? Art City Noir, haven't seen that. The Dark City, which I believe is just the first edition. Romance of a Perilous Land. This one is going to be going into a different case, actually. I have started assembling a case file for... where was it? It was in Chaos Stream? Yes, the Chip Chip Cheerio case of British fantasy, which is weird to say, but there's a couple different British fantasy games out there. So I'm like, okay, we can add that in there. And we also have Paleomythic. Paleomythic almost made it in this one, but I decided to put it into the Stone Age case, because I thought the Stone Age case was going to be a little bit more interesting. And I was like, okay, we got a pretty good assortment of different little games today. So I'm gonna open everything up. Let me do my job. I know it's an astounding thing when Notepad actually does what he's supposed to and not just flail helplessly in the middle of a case. So the games we are going over today, if it decides to open, we are going over Heirs to Heresy, Fall of the Knights Templar. We've talked about Heirs to Heresy a long time ago, but we're finally going over it. Crescendo of Violence, a neon noir role-playing game. Gran Meccanisimo, clockpunk role-playing, which if you are offended by the term clockpunk, understand it's not as bad. Maybe if I open up the... Oh, god damn it. Maybe if I open up the things, maybe that'll work. Huh? You ever thought about that, me? You ever thought about that, me? Yeah. Here's Heirs to Heresy. We've talked about this one before. And here is Crescendo of Violence. Welcome to my life. This is what happens when you change things up ever so slightly. That's the I've actually held a couple of them in my hand before. They're usually just slow. They're usually not slow. They're usually just small. These are not full-size 8.5 by 11 books or anything like that. What have I missed? We just went over the introduction of who Osprey is. Now we're going over what we're going over. Generally speaking, they are not very large and they have smaller print runs, so they're allowed to be a little bit cheaper than you would think. So, again, we got Heirs to Heresy. Again, very interesting little game. We've got Urban Decay, which is a beat-em-up role-playing game. If that sounds interesting to you, don't worry. It's not as interesting as you think. And Gran Meccanisimo, clockpunk role-playing. A5-ish in size. These are about B5-ish in size, actually. These are how... this is 6 by 9 inches for those. I believe that's B5. Like, these are pretty small books, all things considering. Like, Spoon punk. Everything must be punk. I was a little bit worried about Gran Meccanisimo. It's more interesting than you would think. So, let's see. What do we want to do right now? We got a couple of them. So what seems interesting to you all? Should we start with Clockpunk, the Knights Templar, a beat-em-up game, our Crescendo of Violence, the Neon Noir game? Save the actually interesting one for the last. There's a lot of them that are interesting in their own right. But you know what? Let's start up with the one that made me sad. But made me sad in a funny way. Get ready for Crescendo of Violence. Yes, Crescendo of Violence, a neon noir role-playing game. This one is interesting for possibly the wrong reasons. So, what is this game? What are we working with here? Well, if we look at Crescendo of Violence, if we look it up right now, we can see it right here, and not too much to work with, which is another one of those big things that Osprey usually doesn't do too well with. Again, this is only a silver seller, otherwise known as it has sold over 100 copies, but not 250, I believe. And then, as you see, it kind of came out in 2022. It's been a while. This is $25. This is probably one of their most expensive books, but that's also if you buy the hardback version on here. I mean, let's see. I'm curious. 17.50 pounds, $2. About $22. It is cheaper to buy the book on the website. It's usually the case. A little bit more expensive here. And, okay, easy enough to understand. Was there a Kickstarter? No. That's a very important thing to know as well. There's no Kickstarter for any of these games, usually. And what do I, that's an interesting thing is, what happens is people go to Osprey and they get them published. You can also see that they have things like publishing deals with people like Barnes and Nobles. Yes, publishing deals from Barnes and fucking Nobles. And yeah, you kind of see here quite a few different little things. People talk about them, but never really extensively. They never really show up. But who is, not Bahr, Alan Bahr, his name is. This is Alan Bahr. Is it Alan Bahr? I don't know why it's Ala Bahr, but it's Alan Bahr. Alan Bahr is definitely a human being that exists. He works for a company called Northern Lights Foundry. Okay, so well, these guys have got to be publishing something. You might have heard of, let's see, Science Starlight is a sci-fi solo role-playing game. Okay. Dwimmer Dark. The Dwimmer Dark, it's powered by Songs and Sagas by Fari Games. Okay. Of course, we got the Osprey games. You can see here, we're actually going to be covering Heirs of Heresy after this, because Crescendo of Violence is his latest game. Shadow of a Dying Sun, which is inspired by Dying Earth Fantasy, which is also a rules toolkit written by Alan. He likes to not really describe most of his games as anything more than a toolkit, which you might like, you might not like. Kind of depends on what you're looking for. But one of the things that you know about this guy is this is actually one of the lead people behind Gallant Knight Games. If that sounds a little bit weird to you, yes, it's supposed to. Because yes, this is a guy who is mostly from Gallant Knight Games. I think. It's a little bit confusing. Let's see here. Saga Apparel Solo Troop game. Tomb Punk, Lo-Fi, High Action, Rules Light, Role-Playing. Yeah, not exactly We're not exactly looking at the best here. But if we look at Gallant Knight Games, they have things, you know, they're the ones who did Tiny Dungeon, Tiny D6. They've got a couple different games out there, and I believe this guy is actually one of the main people behind Gallant Knight Games, even though Gallant Knight Games is still around, but not. Does this mean this is confusing? Yes. See right here, Gallant Knight Games. He's also on Blue Sky. Let's check Blue Sky, everybody. Manly co-host. Oh, Manly, you poor bastard. No universe fucking PDF should be over $10. Punk's good idea for a game jam. Ram word punk. Fairly sure that's actually happened. You deserve pain. He says, ow. Ow, punk. Dystopian setting. So, of course, we have, hello, Manly Whale. How are you doing? It's even funnier because Manly bought the whale. Why is Ah, perfect. It's the bird. I couldn't think of a good one, so I'm like, man, I'll just have to make Manly Whale. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, he works for, you know, for Gallant Knight Games. This is what this guy is. Now, he's got a couple different games out there, and he works for a couple different groups, but Alan Bahr is there. But Notepad, this seems confusing. Why does he have, like, 2 companies? Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, all of this is technically Gallant Knight Games. I believe he publishes certain things under one thing and certain things under Gallant Knight. I don't know what the full story of there is. There might not be a full story. Again, looks like Tiny D6. Well, we've never really gone over any Tiny D6 game. There's a couple reasons they just don't really seem that interesting for me to cover. As you kind of see here, this is just what they do. This is his personal blog. If you want to look at the personal blog of this guy who he doesn't look like he hasn't updated in a couple months. But this is him. Nothing too exciting about a lot of the people here. Not gonna lie. These guys aren't, there's no drama. No like, oh my god, Alan Bahr kills people and eats him. No. Alan Bahr does not eat Manly Whale. We eat Manly Whale together. So we keep thinking, I'm like, okay, you know, nothing too extravagant here. So what's the game about? Well, let's open it up. The Bratty Toaster eats the Manly Whale. Nothing too exciting. The Osprey motto. Honestly, yes. That is a very good, nothing too exciting, but Crescendo of Violence, a neon noir role-playing game. So, let's get into it. As you can kind of see, our excellent Space Bounty Head. We actually have Space Bounty Head. We never actually made anything of it, though. So, yes, do we have the same image multiple times right after? Yes. So, yeah, it's a toolkit game designed to sell a very specific type of story. High action, high violence, gun fu noir study. Set in a cybered out future. This is one of those things where I want you to pay attention to this cybered out future. This is not cyberpunk. Yeah, this is not cyberpunk. And remember, if something doesn't feel like it's there, it's on purpose. I didn't write most of the game on purpose. And, yeah, music is magic. Yeah, he wants to get the idea that there's music, but not real music, which is important. Yeah, no, we're gonna talk about the deep lore. The deep lore of yeah, jazz and cinema. And yeah, you're gonna see this, a jazz inspired. I don't know if Alan Bahr has ever heard jazz music before. A cinema inspired, heroic bloodshed, not really. Neon noir. You're gonna see this. I want you all. Do all of you have your notepad and on a signed liquor cabinet? Make sure anytime you hear the word neo or neon, take a shot. You will be dead in about 20 minutes. Yeah, yeah, again, we've done it again in a cybered up retro future dystopia. Okay. This is not cyberpunk. He says this isn't cyberpunk. But legitimately, nearly everything about this game is doing its best to try to be cyberpunk. It's very fascinating. You know, being about people. People have to make hard choices, hard situations, a hard world. People make selfish choices just to get a leg up or get by. Men fighting their own battles and personal demons, fighting the system. So effectively, it's not cyberpunk, it's new cyberpunk, what is neon noir? So neon noir is one of those like weird non-genres. The best way I want you to think about it, the best way I want you to internalize what neon noir is, neo-neon. Mod, summon the suffix max lingua core. Now, I'm gonna show you all what this actually is, what neon noir really is, and I want you all to remember something very important. Let me get this entire section of the the video completely dead silenced. Let me just boost it up and. I think we need to drive 2011, everyone. It's Drive 2011. It's just Drive 2011. I'm not trying to be like try to talk down or anything. Ow, fuck, can't hear myself think. I'm not trying to like talk down to it or anything like that. I'm just being a little honest when I say, yeah, it's just that Drive. It's Drive 2011. This is what people consider neon noir. Yeah, kind of it's the modern, it's new noir, it's new stuff. It's very even pretty much anything Ryan Gosling's been in for a while. Like Blade Runner 2049, things like that. Neon noir. It's noir, but futuristic. Not 1920s, it's the 29, it's the 2090s. Well, 2070s or 2049. It's the future, okay? That's what a neon noir is. And if you look at okay, what's a neon noir kind of thing? You see it's Drive, it's Altered Carbon, things like this. They it's a non-genre, but you know exactly what it is the second you see it. It's a visual style, and neon noir stories are alone in a vast neon-lit cityscape of the modern day or dystopian future. Yeah, it's dry. You can become literally me. The author of this book really didn't realize noir's genre partially based on the theater's directors felt, undesirables living 30s, 40s Germany. An image of Hollywood actor Ryan Gosling. Yes, even if you're a good guy in the story, you're probably not that good. Come for a neon noir protagonist. Yeah, it's one of those things where they keep trying to kind of push that idea, and then they bring up heroic bloodshed, hyper stylish action sequence, and bombastic explosions. Now, yeah, there we go. They do mention hard boiled, luckily. Protagonist need to see the neo noir, neon noir. I'm gonna fuck up neon. I call it neo noirs. Like, the thing is, it's not neon noir, to me anyway. I call them neo-noirs, and you can have quite a few different ones of these, and I like a good neo-noir movie, or even a show or anything like that. It's interesting. It's playing on old fears, making them more recent. It's interesting. There's a reason I love No Country for Old Men, one of my favorite movies. And, film noir is like a plant that springs up after fires, thrives in destabilizing wounded societies. Yeah. We're going to learn crescendo of violence brings the world wounded by an ecological disaster and fractured by the solutions, which are good and healthy, but misused by those in power. Yeah, through music. Everything is through music, don't forget. Blending genres. So, what's our inspired media? Blade Runner 2049, Strange Days, Ghost in the Shell, the entirety of Cowboy Bebop, Mute, which I actually quite liked, A Better Tomorrow, which I liked, Hard Boiled, which I liked, The Killer, which I liked. There's quite a few of these which are some pretty Leon the Professional, very good. It's in the John Wick movie series. Yes. Though you should watch some classic ones, of course. Always watch the classic noir films. He kind of talks about, what is a role-playing game? How do you play one of these? What's a player do? What's a cinematic role-playing game? He's going to emphasize cinematic role-playing quite a bit. Keep story moving forward. What's the game master job? It's your job to take control of characters. We're to keep going. We're going to make it eventually, everyone. Yeah, no, it's not really that. Yeah, use tropes, but not too many. What do we need? We need dice. We're going to be mostly using D10s in this game. And then we're going to be using the action tokens and momentum tokens. This one is the weird one. This is the weird one right here. We're going to talk about action tokens and why action tokens are weird, but I don't hate them. Got our character sheet. Obviously, we need to bring in someone. So obviously, I'm bringing in Jabibi. My boy Jabibi. Why are we bringing in Jabibi? Because Jabibi needs to be here. So, you're going to need tokens. Again, most important, role-playing games are supposed to be fun. And welcome to Future Jazz. It's like jazz, but the future TM. Alright, so... 2030. 5 years from now, ecological disaster leads to catastrophic flooding along the world's coastlines. California is destroyed. Emergency action prevents the worst of the potential damage as islanded coastal nations by scuttling ships, cargo containers, and airplanes to create wave breaks and seawalls. Yes, in 2030, most of the world, the world is devastated. Pacific maritime wars begin. New laws. Have no fear, the UN declares a state of emergency. Oh no. However, some of the countries previously excluded from the higher corridors of power to form the Shadow UN. Yes, there is the Shadow UN, made up of everyone that is not part of the real UN. Yeah, a secret alliance within the UN. Yeah, then we have drift generators. Yeah, okay. So this is where things get really, really strange, and we're just gonna talk about why it's weird. Dark UN. Oh, don't use tropes. Jabibi in the year of our Lord 2045. So, token. So, the first drift generator, or drift gen, is created and deployed. Repel tech is first experimented with in a real-world environment. The entire city of New York City, is floated, along with most other surviving U.S. coastal metropolises. To give you an idea, in this dystopian future, New York City is now Columbia from fucking BioShock Infinite. Which honestly would have worked a lot better for this. So I'm not gonna lie, just doing shit. Yeah, okay, there. I just thought of that. Like, but yeah, New York City is a flying sky metropolis now. 2038 missing? Yeah, 2038 does not, sorry, 2038 chuds. So, the African Coalition is formed. Loose confederation of allied African nations aiming to empower their voice in the world stage. They informally ally themselves with the Shadow UN. Yes. The, African... Mind you, the African Union does not exist. The African Coalition, though, very different, now exists, and they ally themselves with the Shadow UN. The UN makes the UN makes their own cryptocurrency, the GFT, supranational digital currency. How does this work? I don't think they thought about that, but make sure you don't get rug pulled by the UN, not the Shadow UN, the real UN. So the first UN wars, as the African Coalition and Shadow UN exert their power. Yeah, so they don't talk about what this means, but I can just imagine that the entirety of Africa and the Shadow UN fight and destroy France and Britain, I guess? Yeah, so the UN wars rage. We never learn what the UN wars are. They just happen. Again, this is in a couple of years. Don't worry. The Shadow UN is going to be ready. Find themselves switching sides. It's new governments coming to power at the back of either the ballot box or an armed coup. Realign loyalties. Destabilize the world economy by launching a cyber attack against the GFT Bank and Investment Fund. The Shadow UN. That is a violent reprisal against the hackers. Thinking a small floating city. Yes, the Shadow UN literally fucking destroys the city to make sure that they don't get rug pulled on their own currency, their own crypto coin. Shitcoin is back, everybody. I like the represent can just teleport behind you with Katana. They want to negotiate a new ecological treaty. Oh, it's not even like, oh, failed Reddit tricked you into reading his nanofiction. It's far funnier. Like this is even funnier. So yeah, so congratulations. The UN Security Council is reformed, now with rotating membership with none of its previous members in the first set. Yes, this, somehow, with no proper explanation, the Shadow UN and the African Union managed to defeat Russia, China, the US, Britain, and France, and remove their security clearance. How does that work? No one really knows. We're not thinking of it. They also decide to rug pull everyone on GFT. WetNet, a wireless energy distribution technology, is developed and first deployed in Africa. Okay, we're going to learn what WetNet is, but I'm going to explain what WetNet is. So, WetNet, because get it, there's a big water theme. Like, this thing you gotta... There's a big water theme, and I don't know why. But the WetNet is a wireless energy distribution system. What does this mean? I want you all to take out your phones right now. So, yeah, you got your phones. You can now charge your phone wirelessly. Your phone just charges. You have infinite energy. And they decide to deploy the wireless energy distribution system in Africa in 2048. I'm downloading battery charge. Yes, they are downloading in Africa. Not with anything with like hyper established, infrastructure in Africa. Not even necessarily where in Africa either, which is, oh, hey, it's in Nigeria. Okay, I can deal with that. Tanzania. Okay, we can see that. The Congo? Democratic Republic of the Congo? Maybe not. Egypt would work. Yeah, no, it's just the entirety of Africa, which does find something very funny, where I think in an effort to be like, yeah, go Africa, they forgot that Africa's fucking huge. And I find that very funny. But Southeast Asia announces the creation of their new shitcoin called CAFT. Yes, Southeast Asian, or CAFT. It quickly surpasses the GFT as the world's primary currency. Just the concept of Southeast Asia does this. Not really where. So I want you to imagine, yeah. Now I want you to imagine that the new global economy is now backed by Filipinos, and only Filipinos. Yeah, I don't know about you, but this is sounding more and more like a horror setting. Sorry, only Filipinos. So, Backrooms deal made by the first mega corporation, Global Omnitech Corporation. Yes, that is the actual name, not Global Omnitech or Omnitech. Global Omnitech Corporation, abbreviated to GLOMNI. So, more megacorps are born. Have no fear, the UN, World Bank, and several state governments work to curb the power. Yeah. New York City, who is still floating in the air, by the way, begins to form a megacity. We're gonna learn what the megacity entails. The first human clone is born in 2059. The corporate wars begin. As the global Omnitech executes a hostile takeover of the British government for debts owed. Yes, the British government. By its detractors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Glomny by its detractors. Now, yeah, don't worry. The British government literally got foreclosed on by by Glomny. Yeah. Yeah, the US, the EU, everyone is drawn in. But NATO and its UN allies, not NATO and the UN, no, just NATO and its UN allies, crush their private military. Yeah, no, the economy is in shambles because the Brits refuse to pay their fucking debts. Also, 2061, an AI is created. Yes, Logos. Yes, Logos is an AI that saved the stock market and every financial system. Yeah, no, the UN gave all the power to Logos, and I find it funny. Then we get the first holoplay. A holographic movie that plays out in a public performance space. The UN passes the landmark Life Preservation Human Rights Act, the LPHRA, guaranteeing human rights protections to clones and similar life forms. Clones remain almost universally working class, born into poverty. 2063. 100% of the world is wetnet enabled. Then my favorite thing in the world. New York announces that it will now be renamed to Neo York. No, World War III didn't cause that. A natural disaster occurred. That's the thing, Simber. It wasn't World War III. It was just a natural disaster happened. I told you, take a drink anytime you see the word neon, or neo or neon. So, yeah, Logos thwarts a corporate takeover attempt against a group of smaller African nations. Not describing which African nations, they just there. Safeguard against corporations exploiting it or covering economy. Authorize construction of Isla Logos. Yeah, so the UN, because a bunch of people, because the corporation was attempting to take over Mother Base, effectively. Yeah, let's be honest. The Diamond Dogs attempted to take someplace over in, you know, in the middle of fucking Africa. So we decided to do that. I'm like, oh no, we don't want corporations doing it. So the UN makes sure that they just build an island dedicated to housing a super AI. Also, have no fear. NATO has decided to build its own shitcoin. Yeah, non-governmental fiscal tokens are outlawed, creating a black market centered around laundered and hacked fiscal coins. I want you to know that this does mean that, by technicality, shitcoin is now valuable. Hudson, Harlem, and parts of Brooklyn were excluded from New York. As a result, they formed Dark York. See, again, if you're an African nation and you've managed to convince the UN to work with you perfectly, like, hell yeah, I'd be like, yeah, do that. And their immediate response was, okay, let's build our super AI that we've empowered in a new island. Great, yeah, no, and then immediately after, fucking NATO launches its own shitcoin. It's great. So, the advent of shitcoins, as well as careful economic management by our super god AI, kills all mega corporations. The final blow is dealt when laws are passed preventing private companies from acquiring and possessing military equipment. Yeah, corporate is out when a hacker known as Zero Geist discovered and absconds with 200 billion GFTs worth of illegal fiscal tokens. Yeah, I want you to know that there was a hacker named Zero Geist managed to hack into the corporations, and steal $200 billion worth of shitcoin. I'll have you know, poop coin, penis coin, shat coin, all of that was being used for crime. Sorry, my apes are gone. Yeah, a brief war breaks out between the megacorps and the UN. The second UN war. Yeah, so, the super god AI literally shuts down the corporation's ability to you know, use anything because everything is wetnet enabled. You know, wireless energy. Then the UN rug pulls everyone and makes the GFT. Regional Alliance managing FTs in their own territory by the World Bank. Ah, yes, the super god AI is granted final control over all economic matters. By the way, the bioroids are made. Yes, have no fear. Bioroids are made in 2070, and we're in space, by the way. Have no fear. Drift gen technology, near limitless energy. Yes, mind you, we're not going to look at the Shadow War, by the way. Scientists said, yeah, drift gen technology. They never really explained what it is, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. If we put generators under the ocean, we can use the ocean's tidal currents to power things. And because there's a lot more ocean now that the entirety of coastlines have been devastated, that's how we're able to do all of this. Because we have effectively post-scarcity technology. Sort of. By the way, New York City is still flying in the air. I want to know the UN rug. Again, this is important again. Let me just. So no, 2083, the Shadow War breaks out. Yeah, enter a proxy war, both economic and military, towards a post-scarcity society disrupts the plans of the wealthy and powerful. Yeah, yeah, you know all this thing up here being like, oh well, we can't do any of that. They immediately start doing it again. Yeah, NATO. Yeah, NATO explodes in 2085 to 2086. Yes, the NATO has exploded. Also, a fusion bomb is accidentally detonated over LA. Yeah, a fusion bomb went over it. Oopsie doopsie. Accidentally detonated a fusion pod over LA. Yeah, LA has been effectively wiped off the map because of a fucking fusion bomb. Also, LA didn't get flooded. Yes, it got flooded, but then it floated. You gotta remember that. They strapped. Okay, take LA. Hey, and we put repellers on the bottom. And then it flies. That's how it works. LA is flying because it just flies like New York. And then someone, yeah, they fly now. And then somebody nuked flying LA. Yes. And because of this, yeah, but yeah, by mercenaries employed by the US nuked LA. God bless America. Yeah, yeah, the UN bans all post-scarcity technologies, only allowing the wet net, repel tech, and standard drift gens. All but the richest and most powerful plunged into a state of near poverty. The UN, all I'm saying is the Shadow UN and the Shadow UN rug pulled me. I have no money. Yeah, banning a post. Yeah. 2093, the current year. Yeah, that filling in the details. I left broad brushstrokes. Fill them as you see fit. Yeah, we've got wireless energy and clones and bioroids. Yeah, catastrophic climate event. Again, it wasn't war. It wasn't World War III. It was a catastrophic climate event. Yeah, tidal waves. Almost overnight almost overnight annihilation of maritime trade. It's certain disruption of agriculture and manufacturing, so the reality of life irrevocably changed. Yeah, 2032, rapid succession by every major nation, outlawing most forms of energy creation that weren't deemed renewable and diverting significant resources to scientific, technological. Yeah, tidal drift energy, the wireless energy network called the WetNet. Yeah, this is Repel Tech, and then the coastal cities are floating architectural behemoths. Yeah. Because we have wireless energy. I'm just gonna make this a shitty marathon and move on. Yeah, some things never change, though. Create solution to age-old problems using old age-old problems undermine our solutions. Yeah, corporations attempt to lock down new and emerging technologies, such as shitcoins. Yeah, literally a digital currency created by the UN. Don't worry, the corporations tried to do that, not literally everyone being horrible people to one another. I want everyone to be reminded this came out in 2022. This is 2022. This is not something that came out in the 1980s or something. No. Yeah, what's old is new again. Yep. Synth jazz, hollow plays, and giant criminal mobs are all back in style, as are the fedoras that go with them. It's the new jazz age, with just a bit more neon than the last one. We figured out a lot of new stuff. The WetNet powers cybernetic implants and bioroids. Drift gens allow the founding of new floating outposts and towns. Humanity's a lot more mobile, but also a lot more isolated. It ain't all sunshine and daisies. Damn sight better than it could have been. How does this all impact Neo York in the year 2093? A lot, my friend. A lot. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell everyone. I'm gonna highlight. I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna tell everyone this right now. I am not going to refer to it as Neo York. But Notepad, that's what it's called. You have to refer to it as Neo York. No, fuck you. It's New York. It's gonna remain New York. Fuck you. Neo New York. Manly, I'm so sorry, but that's technically a thing. Yeah, Logos is super intelligent. Everyone likes it. Yeah, fast and hard limitation, mostly form of limited computing power. Yeah, it's safeguard prevent Logos from attempting anything you might have read about low budget hollow play. Let's go exactly what the safeguards are. Welcome to New York, largest metropolis in the world. Flooded in the worst 2030s of old New York City were submerged or destroyed. Smaller boroughs and other former coastal towns spent the next 2 decades crossing paths and bumping into each other. Yeah, so to give you an idea, New York City and a bunch of other coastal places floated up into the sky. And they would like run into each other. So New York City was like, hey, what if we just force everyone to become part of New York City? Yeah, a measure to allow other cities to become sub-districts, to lease New York's drift gens to power their cities at the cost of subordinating itself to the New York City government. Yeah, New York City invoked neo-feudalism. Yeah, and a slice in New York was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Dozens of cities were floated to New York, merging as subservient vassals to the greater power of the Big Apple. New York City tripled in size. Yeah, dominated a significant portion of the new coastline, extending its reach deep into the Atlantic. So, this is where things get a little bit weird. Yeah, New York has become more akin to the NYC of the 20s and 30s jazz age than you might think. Where was it? Preserving old New York was discovered that Repel Tech could create large underwater bubbles. Yeah, so we've refurbished lost locations such as the Empire State Building. You can just go underwater now. Do that. Yeah, by the way, New York City technically has its own is independent from the US. Yeah. New York City, not New York State, just New York City said, we want to be our own independent micronation, and the US said, yeah, okay. It needed a new name. Why? I don't know, it just did. So they decided to call it on Neo York, the city of 20 to 22nd cent. Fuck you. Yeah, subsequent negotiations with the U.S. federal government, which allowed Neo York to declare itself independent city-state, while binding it as a sister state in a common trade and free movement area. Yeah, I want to play in New York Atlantis. Yeah, everyone has AR goggles, by the way. So, these are the list of New York's districts. Old York, formerly Manhattan, the Bronx, Staten Island, Queens, and Brooklyn. Harlem has been lost. Yo, I'm so sorry. Yo, let me do a quick check. Harlem. I need to find where Harlem is. Let's see. Are we lucky? Oh no, everybody. I'm so sorry. I believe Harlem has been lost. Here, let me double check. Yeah, to give you an idea, it does appear that. Oh wait, no, Harlem lives. No, the entirety of Manhattan and the Bronx. Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. The entirety of Manhattan, the Bronx, Staten Island, and Queens, and Brooklyn have been floated. Chinatown is literally a Chinese city that was floated over. Yes, Kangxia floated over there. New Haverford, Avondale Sky Park, Cashtown, New Wall Street. Into one space, the New Wall. Little Italy, primarily Italian American district, even though technically they do, like, the weird thing is they literally call Little Italy is most likely not Italian American, just Italians. Port East. We also have West Russia. And then New Beale, Synth Jazz Club. Yes. Wait. They just take cities from other places? Neo Yokio. Yeah, cities will float over to New York City and, like, strap themselves to New York City. Now, I want you to imagine something real fast. Imagine you are safe in your beautiful Iowan town, and you're just hanging out there, being like, man, I love being in Iowa, there's nothing wrong here. And then overhead, you have the entire city, an entire Chinese city fly overhead. Not just like, oh, it's a China. No, the entirety of a Chinese city fly overhead. And then you realize it's going to connect itself to Super York. It's going to be great. Yeah, a few entertainment, global logistics, technology. Wet and cool. Unexpected upside forever rain is that New York is surprisingly clean air for such a major metropolis. Yeah, it never stops raining. It's a diverse super, yeah. Literally a town from China that floated over. Yeah, it's literally always there. Yeah, everyone works together. You got your personal ID code, limited by tax revenue. Whether it's from New York, a lot of other people. It's a complicated city. What's life like? As the elite, you're one of the elite. Yeah, you're a suit. You're part of the blues. You're an entertainer, which is a life unto yourself. Who are the wealthiest people? Neo York. Abington Pierrepont. Media Empire. Yamasaki Sakiko. Tech mogul. Where you can be on Twitter 24/7, and everyone knows you're on Twitter 24/7. Isadora Pennington. Daughter of Lord Isaac Pennington of the British royal family. Chinese immigrants, yeah, again, right there, you know, the Rowan family. Valera Romovich, okay, cool. Me Empires. Humphrey Darrington Witt, A-list holoplay asker. Song Hai, Aldo Venturi, L'Oreal Musgrave. So, yeah, welcome to crime. Welcome to the Neo Nostra. Yes, the Sicilian Mafia is back, everyone, and they've called themselves the Neo Nostra. Roma Rovich? Rovich? Yes, Roma Rovich. Come on. Come on, Manly. Don't you want to go to Roma? Don't you want to know Roma Rovich? Come on. It's Roma Rovich. Go to Neo, blow my Neo brain out on my pristine Neo floor. Yeah, the Neo Nostra. Yeah, it is literally, they have it's the Italian Mafia. Yeah, their center of power is Little Italy, a heavily Italian-American district that has merged with a small Sicilian town that was floated over. Yes, a literal part of Sicily just floated over and joined New York City, by the way. Yeah. BRB, here's Little Italy, I just merged with it. So, again, we got our, yeah, the Braccello, you know, of course, our strong, the whitest Italian man in the world. The Lanelli, the Oldani, Petrialia, the Venturi, and then we have the Yakuza. We just... Hooray! Yeah, here's the Yakuza. And luckily, it's not the new Yakuza. Yeah, complex group of making it difficult. Full account. Yeah, so they operate out of Nishifukuoka, a Japanese district of New York, where I can literally only assume that a Japanese city floated over to join New York City. Yeah, proto-feudal. That's literally all they have for, like, here's all of, like, the Italian crime families, and, like, here's, like, the Yakuza, here's the Triad. The Triads get less. I do find it funny where they're just like, yeah, no, these guys are literally just criminals. You know, the Chinese people are just crime. Yeah, like, they're just evil. Like, other criminal, yeah, let's see, the Russian Bratva, the Macatharg mob, several drug cartels. That's drug cartels. Yeah, no, it's cyber crime. So, of course, every cop you know is completely corrupt. You go to Hollows, yeah, Hollow Place or Hollows if you're in a hurry. This is the new media. Yeah, welcome to, in recent years, a particular lurid subgenre of fast-paced, brightly colored exploitation holoplays has become a staple of low culture. Dubbed neons for their signature for their signature harsh color palette, the increasingly popularity of these hollow plays as the self-righteous guardians of good taste. Yeah, hey guys. It's not the shit Yakuza. Hey, no, but we can note coin option to skip shit. I feel like I want to discard the author's lugs. See, this is the best part, I think, of this. What does Osprey mean? It's just the name of the it's the name of the company. Technically, it's a type of bird. It's a sea hawk or a river hawk. It's just the name of the company. It's just the name of the company. And Kanye scrap and then destroys his reputation. His savings plummet. My money, my apes. But yes, you can go see neons in New York. But we have to make sure we don't run into any of those Neo Nostra guys. All of these things can be said at once, and I fucking hate it. Yeah, so, yeah, synth jazz. The music of the 2090s. Synth jazz is a world inescapable. Sometimes the 2070s grab the public eye. Yeah, until it felt like only subsumed every other musical genre entirely. The first to embrace new Repel Tech instruments and WetNet enhanced audio. Possible for people to download knowledge and skills directly into their central nervous system, bypassing the need for time-intensive practice or training. And that's not to mention bioroids and clones can be created from scratch to excel at a particular craft. Yeah, so to give you an idea, the reason why all music has now gone away effectively, except for synth jazz, is not because of we can get the AI to make things. Oh no. It's because it's so easy to learn instruments that it's not worth learning anymore. Handful can resist the short custom mastery, the most famous example. One of the founders of the synth jazz movement. It just ain't something that you can be taught a chip, man. You gotta have that spark. Like old school music, like pop music, country music, and rock, you know, popular music, like old school music, like popular music. Yeah, everyone listens to synth jazz because we've got basic synth jazz that everyone likes. Ice jazz, a dance-focused beat and heavy use of synth anesthesia. They use holograms to make you see music. And thrash jazz, a fusion of synth jazz and heavy metal. Yes. There are lots of that. We've got the dark markets, where you can buy illegal shit. Everyone wears stupid shit that glows. You know tech wear, like the really obnoxious like clothing people have? Isn't the ability to download hard skills going to completely change the way society works more than cryptocurrencies? You would be able to grow a grown human, pluck 20 years of education experience into them and create the perfect world. Yeah. Yeah, no, we don't think about that, Simber. Simber, get into the Neo Jazz Club, and we're going to look at the Synth Jazz Club, and we're going to like it, god damn it. Now, make sure you don't piss off any of those Neo Nostra gods so they don't steal your Neo Metro card. And yes, it is called the Neo Metro card, by the way. Yeah, it's, yeah, thrown in for fedora suits with eyelet button-up shirts, usually using newfangled Repel Tech buttons. Don't ask, it's complicated. We don't have buttons anymore. They use Repel Tech. Why? Yeah, everyone, again, it's techware. Techware is literally the worst shit possible. Uh, yeah, and then you have darkware, which is literally you're wearing the blackest clothing possible. Now, this is one of those things where I actually thought it was really funny to me, where they did the meme where it's like, oh, well, we have infinity immigrants in our city, but at least we have tasty food. They did the joke. I would love being baked alive in my Phantom Black suit. so, yeah, so you hit a street cart or a food shack. Restaurants don't exist anymore. Yeah, unless you are one of the elite. Yeah, sit-down restaurants do not exist. You have to go to a street cart or food shack. Yeah, so, or tech food. You can find nearly anything in New York. Gone are the days of the Italian Americans. Yeah, sorry, Italian Americans. Now you can just head over to Little Italy and grab some actual Italian food. Made from a city, literally floated over from Italy. You know, from Sicily. Yeah, never been easier to find if you really want to the right district and gamble on the street cart. Yeah, yeah, they did the meme. He hates Italian. See, the thing is, it's one of those weird things where you think like a complete cultural melting pot of a city like this. You would get weird shit, and that would be like the first thing I would say. It's like, yeah, no, there's like very few like normal food items anymore. The most of the new food items are these days are weird, horrifying fusion meals. Like, yeah, here's my Chinese fucking, Chinese Italian food. Fuck you. Yeah, that's literally what happens. Now, owning a personal vehicle is an expensive time if you get a Neo Metro Pass. Neo Metro Pass. It can't just be a Metro Pass. It has to be a Neo Metro Pass. Hey everyone, want to get on the Neo Metro? It's not the real Metro, it's the Neo one. Neo Metro. Yeah, if you want to leave, so yeah, if you want to leave the city because you're fucking floating, is you fly or you or you literally get a ship. What's the problem? Yes. What the, yeah, we've got our megacorps. So we've got our global Omnitech headquarter out of San Metropolis. Yes. They are yeah, the worst evil company in the world, Global Omnitech, who literally tried to take over the UK, by the way, and won. They live in San Francisco. Yeah, like they literally live in like San Francisco. It's great. Hypermedia Productions, everyone likes them. They're built out of Aaron Alexander, Anderson. Yeah, we got out of Neo York, Nova Pulsar Security. Everyone's there. We do have Greater Chicago. Uh, sorry, lesser Chicagoans. That's what they, see, the thing, Simber, is that was the old, what happened before, and then New York was like, no, if you want our shit, like, you have to join us. Hello, Jess. We're losing our minds over the greater Chicago area. The Pendragon Medical Consulting. Oxford, Sheffield. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Oxford, Sheffield. Hudson Capital, New York. Ibrahim El Amin. Holt Kaplan Clone and Bioroid. You don't understand. Get in Nova Vancouver. You've got to go back to Nova Vancouver. Don't you want to go to Nova Vancouver, everyone? It's great. Now, this is one of those other weird ones. So it's the Edicella One. Premier vehicle manufacturer. Produced everything from personal hover cars to hyper freighters. EDY branded vehicles. Or you do, a one-person commuter vehicle, Commodore, multi-passenger, bulletproof, unhackable hover car. Significant portion of the market. It's great. They are based out of, you're guessing it, Hong Kong. And, they're publicly traded. Okay. Now, this is one of those weird things where I genuinely don't think someone did... This author so fucking much. Yeah, this is one of those weird bits where I look at there, I'm like, did someone fuck up, or is it just implying that a very clearly Chinese company, like, they don't say anywhere, but they're based out of Hong Kong, and they have Yuan in their fucking name. Their CEO is very clearly Takahashi Akane, the largest Chinese company is owned by a Japanese woman. Truly. Gotta love it. Also, there's space. New York is a stand-in. Yeah, welcome to Neo York, everybody. So, after 56 pages, we have finally managed to get to the game. Yes. So, what is the game at its core? Well, these are your actions. Cautious, clever, dramatic, empathetic, fast, resolute, sneaky, violent, and your credit rating. So, anytime you want to do anything, you're going to take a number of d10s equal to your stat. So let me, do I have another d10 on me? Do I have another d10 on me? I do not have another d10. So, oh, there's my other d10. So, I've got my 4 d10s here. I want to make a resolute check. Roll my dice. Roll my dice. And I've got it. So, I've got a 1, 3, 4, and an 8. Easy enough to understand. Anytime we want to do anything, we're going to be making a basic test. What we do is, on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to select a difficulty number. From there, if the player has a single die over that amount, that's a success. It is a D10 dice pool, take the highest. Not exactly the most complicated system in the world, and if you've ever played a game like this, you already know how to play it. It's not too difficult. Generally speaking, most things are going to be about here. Kind of the 5 to 7 range. If you want to make something really difficult, you go to 8 or 9. If you really want to make things easier, you go for like 4 maybe. Like, they say, oh, well, it requires a bit of effort to focus. Generally speaking, as long as, like, 5, 6 is what I would consider like the average difficulty for most things. But it's a D10, take the highest. I want to do, oh, we're doing an opposed test. What do we want to do? Roll your dice, whoever hits the bet, and whoever rolls the highest. Easy. There we go. Accidentally erasing all Asians are the same. Yeah, I was thinking that all Asians are the same. Yeah, I think that's why it's like, oh, the entirety of Southeast Asia made that, or the entirety of Africa made that. I was like, ooh. But yeah, so nothing too exciting. Now, you do get bonuses. What does this mean? There are two kinds of bonuses. Bonus 1 is a plus, and most common is a plus XD10. All this means is that you add dice to the pool. Occasionally, you will get a plus 1d10, or a bonus. What this means is you add to a die. Again, it doesn't happen very often. It can happen, though. And mostly it's like, oh, hey, I rolled a 4, but I roll another d10 and got a 2, so I got a 6. It's kind of that's the idea. It does not happen very often. Most of the time, you're just adding and removing dice from the roll. Easy. What happens if you fail? Keep playing the game. Aid and supporting tests. Hey, aiding people is pretty simple. Like, as long as you are in the same room, as long as you have at least a 2, you can either give them a +1, reroll a die, or cancel a negative. Nothing to... If you can ever help someone, you should help someone. Actions are pretty simple. One of the weirder things is you have the concept of the spotlight. New York, capital of the US. No, New York's its own independent city-state. That's the beautiful thing. You have the concept of the spotlight. Now, what the idea of the spotlight is that it goes from, let's say you have like character A, character B, and character C. Character C, and enemy 1, and enemy 2. Now, the concept of the spotlight is, hey, character A's got a spotlight, they can perform actions. Okay, they're done performing their actions. Now goes to B. Now goes to C. But if A's finished their action, they may say, okay, no, C's going to get that because C has something to say right away. That's kind of the idea. It's like it's a natural initiative system. There's no need to interrupt the flow of the narrative when making a test unless the character is attempting either risky or dramatic. Yeah. Yeah, you might take multiple actions in a row. You shouldn't, but you sometimes have to. But yeah. Are they in danger? They get the spotlight. Doing something aggressive, they get the spotlight. Takes the lead, get the spotlight. It's effectively whoever's doing things gets the spotlight to actually do things. It's a little bit weird, but I get what they're doing here. We want an initiative system, but we don't want to have you roll for initiative. And I'm like, you could probably word this a lot better. It does its job. But now we get to action tokens. Yes, you will have 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 green. Now, for any roll you make, does not matter what it is, does not matter how you're doing it, for any check you make, you have to spend a red, yellow, or green die. You have to spend one of those 3. I'm going to bring out my... Now, what does that mean? If you spend a green die, you spend your green action. That means you get a +2 d10. You get a bonus to it. You spend your yellow, you don't get any bonus or negatives. But if you spend a red, you get a penalty to the check. Now, once you used all 3 of them, you get all of them back. This is interesting. I don't hate this idea because it's effectively saying, hey, you know what you're doing, you get... I want a bonus to this, but that means I only have a negative and I only have my neutral option left. Or, hey, this isn't a huge, major, important roll, so I'm going to use my red here, so I have my green and my yellow still available to me. They actually talk about this, too. It's not even like, oh, it's red, it's green, yellow, and red. It's very... weird, because I'm looking at this from one of 2 perspectives. Perspective A is I look at it positively, Where it's like, I like the idea that a player has authority over their fuck-ups and their benefits. Hey, I want to succeed at this. I'm using my green. That's just meaning that I can't use something. It's, hey, yeah, it's a D10 dice pool. So take a dice to regain a boon later. Well, it's not even necessarily that. It's any action you do. Any action you do, you have to select a red, yellow, or green action for it. Do you get a bonus? Do you get a penalty? Or is it neutral? That's where it gets weird. And I'm like, that's a weird idea. And that's where that other perspective comes in. Like, that's a really fucking weird concept. Like, I don't hate the idea of, oh, I want to benefit to this, so I have to use a penalty I have to use a penalty to get my benefit back. Okay, that's not a bad idea. Is there an in-universe explanation? No, you're just built different. We're gonna see some other things in this that make life a lot more complicated. But it's like, all right, it's a weird mechanic, and I'm like, so I can do 3 actions, one with a bonus, one normal, and one with malice. Yes. And then you get them all back. Now, mind you, this is not like, oh, I can do 3 actions every round or something. No, this is over a course of time. So, to propose a situation, let's say I need to hop a fence. If I need to hop a fence, I could say, hey, I want to do it with my green, so I get a plus 2d to it. It might be half a session later, and then you're like, okay, well, you have to do this, you have to do another check. Okay, I want to use my neutral for it. Okay, I don't have any bonuses or penalties. A little bit later, okay, I'm going to have to use my red one, take a penalty to it, and get it back. In game terms, they're trying to make this cinematic. Things go well, things go poorly. It's just the tempo. I think it's a very weird mechanic. Yeah, and they even have to say like, oh, don't min-max, don't optimize it. And I'm like, it's like, yeah, no shit, people are going to optimize it because it's literally a, you just suck. I wish it was, how do I want to word it? I wish it wasn't mandatory, if that makes sense. I wish it was, you can get a bonus to it, but you have to get a problem to it later to get both of them back. And you always want to get your bonus back. So it's like, okay, when do I get things wrong? Now, mind you, they try to be like, oh, just improvise it, man. Just improvise it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Technically, you can do tokenless actions, but I'm like, yeah, the action token economy is core to the... Is it really? Really? Yeah, it's a weird system. Yeah, again, that's where it's like, it's weird to like you even bring up the concept of like tokenless tests. I'm like, you have a rule in here saying you don't need to use the fucking tokens, but it's like, oh, it's core to the game. Like, is it really though? I don't... If it was just for combat, I could see that. I'm like, okay, yeah, in combat, you know, things go up and down, but it's not. Like, the entire idea, if you applied it to combat, I don't hate that idea. Where it's like, okay, well, I want to attack someone. Well, I want a bonus to that. But if I'm attacking someone, that means I can't defend myself better. Or I have to do something else to compromise. Like, it's a compromising game. I'm like, okay, that could be interesting, but that's not the case. Yeah. All actions are generally violent and fast. Yeah, it's... Effectively, you just make attack rolls at each other. You are, it is, hey, I have a violent, you have a fast, I'm going to hit you. No, you're not. Yeah, there's no initiative system, it's just spotlight. Combat is extremely simple in this game. And it's also very weird you can't attack in cover, either. Why? I do not know. It is a very weird mechanic. But this does play into the idea of harm. So, I deal damage to you. Bang, I shot you with a gun. I have dealt damage to you. My highest number exceeds your resolute path. So for Jabibi here, my boy Jabibi, He's got a 4. Someone needs to roll a 4 or higher to beat that. Now, what happens is I lose momentum. Momentum is bad. We need momentum. I did not mean to hit that button. Okay. You lose your green or yellow action token, or you're knocked out. So what happens is your advantage goes away until you're just left with a disadvantage or a neutral, and then your neutral goes away, and now you only have disadvantage to your rolls, or you get knocked out unless someone burns their action token and an action to get you back up. Technically, you cannot die until you hit Act 3, which is also a weird mechanic. Then we have momentum. So, momentum's a currency. If you succeed on a test, great. You roll a 10, you get momentum. You can spend reserves to get momentum. We're going to talk about reserves. Or you can prepare downtime. What happens when you have momentum? Well, if we go to your character sheet, you know how important it is, where it is literally right here. Take an action after completing an action. Take spotlight away. Catch break. Now, the GM can also get momentum tokens. They can spend them as well. They actually get quite a few. This is supposed to give it more of a it's a meta currency. Let's not kid ourselves. Sometimes you gotta spend momentum to do things. You get it pretty consistently. It's not like every single moment, but you do get it fast enough. But yeah, then you have reserves. So yeah, most characters have 5 reserves. You gain reserves for the intro of each game session. So what this means is if I look up here, you can use these reserves to do things. So replace a test result. Instead of me rolling this, I am going to say I rolled an 8 and my reserve is gone. I'm going to say I rolled a 10. I'm going to get something out of it. I can just roll that. That's just what it is. Hey. Recover an action token. If it's between this, I get my yellow back. If it's between this, I get my green back. I can take cover automatically after taking combat action. Cool. Gain momentum if I have all of these. I'm like, all right, it's a kind of a holding system. If you remember from Neurobeat, it's precog dice. You know, that you wouldn't be rolling irrelevant, regaining action token when you're taking damage. Now, there are quite a few different things you can do during your downtime. This is very important. But then we have the idea of intro, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and the outro. Now, what does this actually mean? Most of this game is actually built into 3 acts. Once each act is complete, you do the outro, end of session. You can only die in the climax phase of Act 3. You can get fucked up before that, but you can't die. Ooh, gotta get stretch. Drink some water. You can do some... most of these downtime actions aren't too extravagant. I want to increase an ally's bond. It doesn't really make any sense until you reach page 140, but hey, I want to make some money! Money! Hey, I want to make a friend. Friends! And spend reserve, spend reserve, spend reserve, spend reserve. They don't have many toys to play with, so reserves get used for nearly everything. And again, they don't explain what heat is. They don't explain what loyalty and resources. They won't be explaining a lot of these things till later. But generally speaking, when in doubt, just practice. You can prepare for jobs, which is reserves, get momentum, utilize allies or contacts, or relax to get actual experience points. Yeah, there's 2 ways to get experience points, which is to practice or relax. You can also shop or indulge in some vices. Yeah, this is the best way to get bonus experience points. you're going to want to get bonus experience points, because it's very nice. Now, you can acquire new talents. You can increase your rating, which is very fucking expensive. By the way, that is very important. Increase your credit rating a little bit, or increase your contact and allies. Now, the entire idea is I want to buy a new path. I want to increase my path from my path of 2 to 3. How much do I have to spend? 12 experience. You get 0 to 3 every session. If you do everything perfectly, you will get 5 experience points. You don't level up very quickly in this game, except when it comes to talents. Talents you can get pretty reliably. Anything else is the money goes up a lot. You know, the cost goes up quite significantly. Because if you think the absolute maximum is 5, but let's say let's say you get on average 3 per session. That's 4 sessions to increase it by 1. That's 5. That's 6 sessions to increase it by 1 again. This is not cheap to improve your skills at all, and it only goes up to 5. So I mean, it makes sense, but it's still like, ow, that hurts. Like, that's a lot of money. Now, you do have the concept of heat. What is heat? Anytime you have any of the powerful figures that you're working with, you'll build heat with them. If heat builds too much, bad things happen, because they want to kick your ass and take your name. This does lead to the idea of spending heat, because this is a resource that the GM can spend, in addition to momentum and a bunch of other things. So, hey, I'm going to spend 2 heat. They're working to undermine you. They're going to send minions to kick your ass. Hey, you don't have any credit rating. Hey, they send a bunch of guys to kick your ass. That's it. And, heat builds up constantly. You always want to try to reduce your heat. That's why you have that. So, we have not really learned how to make a character. Character creation is literally in the back of this book. It is very far in the back. And I don't know why. It's Apocalypse World all along. Not really. So, effectively, everything is built on these 4 acts. Well, technically 5 acts. You have your intro. The intro is not a real act. We're doing things. Oh, cool, we're doing things. It's the finale, and it's not really the ending. So, one of the big things, again, you have to generate all your reserves. You don't get a ton of reserves, but sometimes you can just spend them. Answer questions. Spend heat. Make life play the fucking game. Play the fucking game and do more shit. Yeah, Act 2 can take many forms. It's nothing more than an elevator right to the top floor skyscraper to a mob boss's penthouse. Yeah, it's, Act 2 isn't really a big one. It's pretty much Act 1, play the game. Act 2, we get ready for the finale. Act 3, the finale. You can die here. If you get knocked out of everything, you die. You cannot get knocked out of the narrative. You just fucking fall over and die. Outro, everyone gets 3 experience. Even though they say, oh, you can get 0 to 3 extra experience, you can get 3 experience. You get 3 experience. So, we gotta, let me go through, yeah, here's the sample experience. Fuck you. What's your job as a game master? Everyone's friend. Hey, it's okay to say no. Yes, but, no, but. And, listen carefully and adapt. Be prepared. It's not a competition. Running a campaign. Okay, narrative control. Running a safe game. Session 0. After session check-in. Opening clear lines of communication. At the table, tools. Okay. At page 94 of 145, we have finally learned how to make a fucking character. So, how do we make a character? Okay, so we choose our origin, our 5 origins. We choose your profession. You get things. And then 7, and your 7 professions. Yes, you got only 7 professions. And then you choose a 3rd talent, and then that's it. So, if you're a natural, you're a normal human being. Are you cool? No, you are literally worse than everyone. You're a bioroid, a machine made to appear human. Cool, you get all of these bonuses. Even down to the fact that, like, bioroids technically can't level up. Yeah. They literally do not level up. I'm like, that's kind of an interesting idea. Clones start with a bunch of bonuses. Hey, cool, you get a bunch of bonuses. Cyborgs, cool, you start with a bunch of cybernetics. Are naturals underpowered? Yes. And then technically you can have genetic modification. Remember when they talked about the gene modifying? Do you remember that? No. No, you don't. You never thought about that. You never thought, they never said anything about that. Why? I don't know. It's just like, oh, well, we need that. It's like, what? Some of these can be pretty extensive. Now, I chose to play a clone. Let's see here, I am a clone. And your stats might look something like this. 2 is kind of your default unless you're playing a Gen G. But with the Gen G, you can technically pump your stats way higher than most people. But on average, you'll have about a 2 or a 3. Now, I played a hacker. Here's what my hacker. So why are you on the outs? Oh no. Company, why aren't you in a cushy office in Skyward working for the top company in Neo York? They fucked up and didn't spell York right, by the way. I want everyone to know that this. Osprey does not believe in editing. I've realized over time. Yeah. Do you like Neo work, Spartan? Do you want to go to Neo work on with your Neo Metro card for the Neo Nostra in Neo York? It's great. But yes, this is effectively all a path is. Oh, +1 clever or sneaky. Get 2d10, you can choose these and get a special ability. Now, hackers have probably the lamest special ability because it's just another talent. Criminals get some bonus things, and like Hollow Stars. Yes, you can in fact be a male Hollow Live member. Very important to be able to play your very favorite Hollow Live member. Yeah, you're very recognizable. They know who you are. You can spend reserve. That's what a vast majority of it is. Get ready for the idea of spending reserves on things, because again, it's one big thing. This is really all you are. It is what it is. Nah, again, it's one of those things like you can't really get mad at it. It just, yeah. Yeah, it's nothing too exciting. So these are talents. Now, some talents are better than others. Like let's see. What talents did I end up picking? Ah, yes. I chose to pick neo-native. Actually, no, that wouldn't be it, yeah. And I am educated. Have no fear. Yeah, I'm Solid Snake because I'm a clone. And as a neo-native, I get a second downtime action. Others of them are not as good. Yeah, like Drifter, which is like, oh, you can always find a safe house. Yay, but you get negative 1d10 social settings. Or you can just drive 2011. If you feel like it. Drive 2011. Fame, you have family money. Fast as all hell. Generally speaking, most of these are pretty useful. Some of them are more than others. Yeah, technically you can just be a cop. Yeah, why? Okay, you can be a martial artist if you feel like it. Yeah, neo-natives. Yeah, neo-natives, you get bonus downtime actions. That's the main benefit of being a neo-native. And because of that, you get a bunch of bonuses, which are nice. Or hey, you want to get a safe house, which all of these. Or hey, you want to be a sleuth, or you're just fucking tiny. Yeah, you can just be a manlet. If you really want to. Yeah, now, everyone starts with an earring. Everyone starts with AR glasses, a dumb box. You have 0 AI functionality, and some basic professional gear. Crescendo of Violence doesn't track money. Yes, we do not have money. Knee over this game. I could be Vesper every... Yes, exactly. You can be Vesper and impregnate every Oshi. It is what it is. But yeah, there's no... How do I... There is no money in this game, which I thought was a weird omission. Why do I think that's a weird omission? Because this is a game based on the premise of getting money and being poor. And we don't have that. Effectively, what happens now is that a majority of things have a cost value, and if I want to buy a gun, for example, I want to buy an assault rifle. I look at my wealth rating and say, I want to buy that assault rifle. Yay! I'm going to roll my 2d10. Wow, cool, everyone. I rolled an 8. I can buy the assault rifle. Chink. Or you can just start with things, and they don't tell you what you can start with, just whatever's appropriate for you. Yes, you can throw the mono knife as well. Have no fear. You can buy a missile launcher, sniper rifle, stun pistol, or a laser rifle. Yeah, we don't think about that too much. I don't think about that. Or technically how my favorite part is the laser pistol and laser rifle are effectively the exact same weapon. You like that part? I like that part. I like the part where they are the exact same weapon because you just copy pasted it. Yeah, I think that's good. Pain, suffering, agony, even. It's great. Yeah, there's yeah. Technically, most of the weapons you can get can actually be modified to any of the following weapons for your mods. This does have some funnier ones, such as being able to silence your knife. Yeah. Or being able to slimline your missile launcher so it becomes undetectable. Don't think about it. Or you have the idea of a silencer. Yes, your silencer is technically connected to the super internet. What does this mean? Or armor penetrating, where it has to be wetnet enabled. What does that mean? have a silencer, armor penetrating rounds, or have it be firewalled. All of these have to, or even have an enhanced targeting array. All of those need to have you have a wet net and must be, yeah, everything must be connected to the internet. How does, so Notepad, question, how do I silence my grenades? Sir, how do I need to make my armor-piercing knife, the mono knife, which is different. Yeah. So technically, if you have armor, you add it to your resolute bonus. Most of these aren't that great, but technically you can put everything on the wet net, which does mean you can hack someone's body armor. Have no fear, though. We can make it infra-proof. You can make it a wingsuit. You can get a firewall. You can make it seal. Most of the other things aren't too extravagant. I did end up buying wet gloves and a personal fire aura because it's a firewall. Get it? Do you get it? Yeah, it's a firewall. Get it? I can have it's my personal fire aura. You don't need to spend money on any of these things. Technically, cybernetics, you can get cybernetics pretty actively, but it's like you can have up to 30 of them. 30 cost. Actually, no, it's up to 15 cost. Yeah. You have up to 15 cost. So what does this mean? I want to have a life hack implant. Cool. I want to have earnet implants. Cool. Hey, everybody. I want to have subdermal armor. Cool. Yeah, you can just implant yourself with heavy subdermal armor if you feel like it and just have all of that. Now, this does lead to a very funny situation with subdermal weapon. That does... You can have a prison pocket? Yeah, don't worry. My subder... Yeah, the prison pocket, the skin pouch, secret compartment in the body, holds a weapon or smuggling pouch or somewhere to store sensitive evidence. Yeah, you can have a skin pouch. You open up your shit and then you reach in and grab your gun out of your skin pouch. You can be like a kangaroo. Which again, we don't need to think about subdermal weapons where you have your subdermal weapon of a grenade. Yeah, what are you gonna do, tough guy? You don't have that much money. Counterpoint, grenade! Yeah, getting cyber limbs are actually pretty good because you just increase your stats by 1. And yeah, it's not about cybernetic modification. You can add more if you feel like it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, gene mods, same idea. You can only have up to 15 unless you're Gen G. And this does count toward your cybernetic implant. Yes. You can, in fact, have a grenade bioweapon. Have no fear. Grenade! Most of life's problems can be solved by just saying grenade and throwing, throwing a fucking bomb at someone. Bone refining, E-lungs, eye revamp. Yes, eye revamp. Sinew steel, yeah, Yep. So hacking is like literally at the back of the book. Yeah, there is hacking. You can effectively hack the wet net. Yeah, yeah, technically literally everything can be hacked. Yeah, it's the money you save, you have an incredibly difficult steal without getting caught. Wow. Yeah, so if you want to hack things, you have to get wet gloves or a net box. And when you hack something, when you gotta do some hacking, you gotta use a difficulty 7 test to get in. So I want to do some hacking. Wow. Well, I think I want to be a little sneaky with my hacking attempt. And I'm going to add an additional die because I'm using computers. Wow. Let's roll the dice. Wowzers, I got a 10. You know what that means, everyone? That means I dot hacked into the Matrix. And now I can do any of these. If it does not have a firewall, you can do whatever you want to this. Hey, remove a kickback. Operate, do what it's doing. Fry the device. Disable it, access it. If someone has a cyber limb, and all you literally need to do is say, oh, okay, give me, oh no, you have a cyber limb, and you want to kill me. Wow, okay, I've hacked it, I'm going to disable it. What do you mean you're going to disable it? And then someone's cyber legs stop working. Yeah, I mean, technically, what you have to do is you spend reserve. They have to spend reserve to kick you out, while you have to spend reserve to stay in. Now, easy. That's one way. If you have a firewall, though, you can spend a reserve for another chance to protect it. So effectively, if you have if you want to spend reserve to try in a way to prevent it, they can spend a reserve to try to get through it. If you exceed theirs, you might get a kickback effect. What is a kickback? Well, you kind of see some of the basic firewall. Hey, you take damage. Hey, this is a bad one. You would disable some gear. You want to erase reserves. Hey, you suffer a 10d10 damage roll. Yeah, or you have a damage roll and you take harm. Yeah, you lose health. And Wi-Fi was called Firewire. Ethernet was cool too. Yep, and then we got some basic. Yeah, non-player characters are pretty simple. They just have this. Nothing too extravagant. You can, in fact, beat up most people. Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting? No, not really. Itchy the Killer is here. Basic. Kind of the idea of contacts are. Again, I don't know why it's in the back of the fucking book. The last 4 fucking pages. The idea of contacts is that they have the idea of loyalty and resources. What are they willing to actually help you? They want to, if they're willing to help, if they have a lot of resources to help you, they're going to do that. If they're loyal to you, they're going to work with you more. If you ever exceed the idea of distrust, things go wrong, they're going to build distrust. Too much distrust beats their loyalty, they're going to betray you. Why? Because it's the game. Do I like Crescendo of Violence? I think Crescendo of Violence is a very basic game that unfortunately is written by a lunatic. There's really nothing more to say about that. It is written by a fucking loon, and it's very funny in that way. I think a lot of its ideas are... There's a lot of interesting ideas on its face, but the second you look deeper into it, you realize it's a pretty vapid concept. And it doesn't really deliver on the fantasy as much as I wanted it to. It's a thing that exists. I don't think the writing is great. System's not bad. Like that's the thing. I'm looking at, like, system-wise, it's not bad. It's not like there's some weird hiccups with, like, the action system. Like, there's no initiative, there's no money. It's like, oh, well, we just didn't want to do things, if that makes sense. Like, oh, I just didn't want to write money. And, like, that's what you wanted to do. You didn't want to write money. So don't try to pretend that it's something you're being high-minded about things. You just didn't want to write money. There's a couple other ones, like, eh. What we're going to do next is we're actually going to go over Heirs to Heresy. But notepad, why are we going over Heirs to Heresy? Because this is also by Alan Bahr. Yeah, it's the same guy. Now, you might be thinking, wow, Notepad, this looks like the worst shit ever. That last game wasn't very good, and this game came out earlier, so it has to not be as good, right? Well, Heirs to Heresy is actually pretty interesting, because it actually takes a pretty interesting idea. What is this game? Heirs to Heresy is a game about the Knights Templar. Yes, the Knights Templar. And it is effectively about, if I can bring it right here, Silver Seller, again, $25. And it is, one of the big things about this is that it actually is pretty interesting, because it has a very strong concept. Came out in 21, about a year before Crescendo to Violence. And we have a little bit of a history with this game. Why do we have a little bit of a history with this game? Well, this game was cited quite frequently with And Towards the Dawn. Yes, this game was actually a pretty instrumental in making And Towards the Dawn work. For better or for worse. Why are you broken now? And I think that's kind of interesting. I've been keeping an eye on this game. Man, what the fuck happened to this game? What the fuck happened? Oh, Jesus. Why is this? Oh, Jesus. Why is this all fucked up? Oh, God. Why? Why is everything... What the fuck happened to these pages? What the fuck? What happened? Did something break? Something had to... What the fuck? Yeah, I think something broke. But yeah, this was actually used for And Toward the Dawn. Because, hey, I thought it was a good idea. Mostly when it came to the looming dread mechanic. The idea of the looming dread mechanic is pretty simple. Something is tracing you, and it wants to kill you. And you're slowly building dread. Now, Heirs to Heresy is you can consider to be the OG of that. Like PDF of these. The Oriental or the Hospitality? The Knights Templar, full on. The original, the OG. Make PDFs of these old things. I should. The PDFs are a pain. But what makes this game interesting? Well, because a large chunk of the game is actually about the Knights Templar and what they were and how they do it. All of this, don't worry about it. We're just going to skip right ahead. And they kind of talk about how the Knights Templar came to be. Because the big thing is, this game is about Friday the 13th. 1307, and I believe in February. Actually, yeah. Friday the 13th. Why is this so important? King Philip IV of France arrests the Templars in Paris, and a Templar order is brought down. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of a brief... Let me see if I can find a good... I'm going to try to do everyone a little bit of a brief history on Knights Templar, because I think that they're a pretty interesting little thing. So, brief history on the Knights Templar. What we consider the Knights Templar, or the Poor Fellows, were a group of knights dedicated to protecting pilgrims in the Holy Land, or Outrimmer. Now, what happened was they needed a lot of funding to do this. So the Templar Order, somehow, even though all of them had a vow of poverty, ended up controlling these vast stretches of land across Europe. They owned farms, they owned banking institutions. Yes, they owned some of the first banking institutions, and they were pretty much foundational to the concept of the militant order. They were some of the best knightly orders of Christendom had. They were actually formed in the First Crusade. Well, I think right after the First Crusade, anyway. These guys knew what the fuck they were doing. However, for some reason, no reason at all, they were declared heretics. They were declared the worst people imaginable, and they subsequently got wiped out. 30 of them remained. 30 of them managed to flee, but a lot of them were still spread around and joined other orders or kind of retired into obscurity. Now, what makes the Knights Templar so interesting? Because there's a lot of fact and fiction being mixed around there. Did they discover something weird? Were they practicing weird rituals? Were they doing things that they shouldn't have? No one really knew. And there were lost treasures of the Templars. No one really knew where it went. They had this vast amount of wealth and money that suddenly just went away. Templars kind of have this place in conspiracies of being like very weird and very obtuse and like, oh, what's real, what's fake? Are they actually mystics? Are they Gnostics? Or things like that. The Heirs to Heresy, this game in particular, does actually a pretty good job. Yes, in the Fourth Crusade even. And what happened is a lot of these guys, they had a lot of money, and a lot of kings and a lot of royalty owed them money as well. So what happens when you have a lot of money that you owe people, and that, people owe you, and you are kind of not doing your job anymore because you got kicked out of the Holy Land? Things went pretty badly very quickly. They were wiped out, and that's where we set things. This game takes place literally on that Friday the 13th. That day when things went wrong. You are effectively one of the 30 surviving, Knights Templar. You are taking whatever treasures you can from your armory and fleeing. You are armed. You are dangerous. They did, in fact, try to invade the Alama and kill the Hashashin. They did, and they talk about that. And again, your job is to escape. France wants to kill you. The Inquisition is on your ass, and things are going quite badly. The game does set up ways that you can try to escape. Do you head to England? Do you try to head to Iberia, which is historically where a lot of them went? Do you try to head to Malta even, because they might be a little bit more friendly to you? Do you try to head to Scotland? And I think the thing with Heirs to Heresy is that they do a very good job of telling you not only about the history of the Knights Templar, but also setting up things about how to make it work. What's the truth about the Knights Templar? Well, we don't really know. How do you want to do it? Hey, do you want to add fantasy elements to the game? Do you not want to add fantasy elements to the game? They kind of do a pretty interesting job of that. I like it. And, I don't much care for this fucking font, though, but hey. They kind of talk about it. They kind of talk about all the different groups in it. And some things are changed. They're like, oh, well, technically, technically this didn't happen until 1310, but we're doing it. This isn't a perfectly historical document. It's not trying to be. It's trying to be an interesting document. And we start off right with character creation. We start off real quick. Now, the big thing is this is a 2d10 game. It's 2d10 plus skill plus attribute. That's really it. You're going to be trying to beat one of these difficulties. Most of these aren't very difficult, to be honest. So, if I use Ray the White, we think he's Spanish. And also, if you're wondering why I do this, this is... For some unholy reason, the font there is fucked. So, let's say, for example, I need to make an insight intellect roll. I would take my 2d10, and I'm going to roll 2d10. I got a 7 plus 7 is 14. Good job, me. I've not really beat anything. Actually, I got a 3 and a 4. Yeah, I didn't roll very well. But yeah, no, that's kind of the basic idea. Is try to beat the target number. Nothing too difficult. Now, they want to give you an idea of how your character actually works. You don't have many options. want to be perfectly frank with you. So, you got your basic attributes: might, vitality, quickness, intellect, courage, and faith. Faith is very powerful. Faith is very useful. And why is faith very valuable? Because you get bonus points for it. And depending on how magical you make things, they might even get more bonus points. Hence why Ray has 1 faith. And technically 0 might, because he's made of noodles. Now, if you were a dedicated knight, you got your 2 options. If you're a dedicated knight, 442110. Versatile, 332211. Both of these are technically the same point-wise. If you want to be the best possible situation, probably going for a versatile knight is better. And why is this better overall? Because this is how you actually end up getting, kind of more larger stat numbers across the board, if that makes sense, and a little bit more able to be worked with. Weirdly enough, I do not know why, or I don't know why this is here, but you can only acquire as many advancement points as the highest of your intellect or faith. So if you have a 1 in intellect and a 0 in faith, you can literally only get one advancement point per session. Yeah, they tie the number of experience points you can get to your intellect and faith. It's a weird mechanic. I'm not my thing. I wouldn't do that, but hey, what do I know, right? I'm a silly Billy on that front. Silly little goober. Now, there's some things in this game we're gonna notice. I do not know if it is just my PDF. I do not know if this is in the book. As you can see here, if you have focus training, you have 24 skill points. You can raise 2 skills up to fee during character creation. And the rest may not be above 3, or well-rounded. 30 points, nothing be higher than 3. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. This pops up more often throughout the book. But yeah, some letters are just missing. I don't know why. I don't know why. It just is. Yeah, there's no horsemanship skill. Pretty easy. Let's see, skill descriptions. Most of the skills are pretty simple. Like, there is no, like, oh, this is your melee skill or something. These are all your combat stats. But, like, as you can kind of see here, I went with a well-rounded, kind of medium across the board. Generally speaking, I would probably say go with focus training. Because you get that. You get a bit of a bigger bonus rather than just having a bunch of 3s. That's just a me thing, though. Now, none of the skills are terribly huge. Like, what's necessary. However, someone will have the travel skill, someone will have the hunting skill, and someone will almost always have the explore skill. Probably the same person. Why? Because this is very important to the game if you choose to do that. Now, these are all your combat statistics. Now, defense is your to hit. As you can tell, right here is very difficult to hit. He's got a very good high score there because he doesn't want to get hit. He's a ranger. What's your stamina? How much damage can you take? How much damage? What is a crippling blow? How much, stay on your feet? Crippling blows, we'll talk about them more when we get into combat. These are pretty fucking bad. Not gonna lie, these are pretty fucking bad. Oh, they're gonna have them pretty frequently too. This leads to melee attacks. Melee attack, range attack, melee damage, range damage. Most things, these are bonuses. So, for example, I got my crossbow. If Ray shoots someone with his crossbow, it's D10 plus D8. No, D10 plus 8. That's what it is. Now, you do get some starting equipment, including Fee. Again, I don't know why. Now, you do start with quite a bit of stuff on you. This is stuff that you almost always have. Now, you don't have any money. You are poor. That is on purpose. You are a poor fellow. And let's kind of see here. Here's all of the various different types of weapons you kind of start with. Everyone has a very standardized gear. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. This is going to make a lot less sense when we start getting into weight and other items available. Where you're from, what appearances do you have, what relationships do you have, and that's really it. Nothing too exciting on that front. Making a character is very quick, because a lot of it's already kind of done for you. It's like, oh, well, what equipment do I have? You have all of this equipment, because this is what you could grab. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Okay, this is good. Now, ooh. I was going to say basic test. Basic tests are pretty simple. One of the big things is if you ever roll dubs and succeed, you get a critical success, and that means you get an advancement point. You want to get advancement points, and that's why players are allowed to call for tests. Yes, in a rather unique situation, yes, they can, a character can call for a test. Now, you do have the idea of advantages and disadvantages, but it's like, hey, don't do that too extravagantly. Don't use that too often. Combat, double damage, do it with a flourish. Things go great. You cannot fumble this, however. That's a big thing. You cannot fumble things. However, you want to get as many crits as you can because advancement points are very good. However, if you are really stupid or you're really not... If you're really dumb and don't have a lot of faith, you don't want those because you might get like 1 or 2. Yeah, it's a little weird. So, almost always support people. You just get a +2. That's all that it is. Hey, if you can, you get a advantage. Add your skill total. Grant them a reroll. Like, you can give them a bunch of benefits. These are really good. Always aid. Because you can also get multiple people advancement points if you crit. That's kind of the point. Contested checks, kind of the exact same thing. Enemies don't have stats. They kind of do and kind of don't. Makes a little bit more sense later on. Oh no, I'm stretching. Makes a little bit more sense later on. Now, what does faith points do? Yes, the equal to your faith is you have faith points. Add faith to damage rolls. Reduce damage by faith. Add faith to a test. Reroll test. Power esoteric gifts or relics. This is why I say, like, faith points are really valuable. Because faith points allow you to do things. Now, my thing would be giving players a lot more faith points consistently, but I'm also a silly Billy and not allowed to have nice things. So, this does lead to the idea of sins. Break a vow of chastity. Steal from the less fortunate. Do not pray in the morning. Leave a fellow Knight Templar to die. You lose it. And you get faith points back very slowly. And that's kind of the... It's one of those things where it's like, faith is very powerful, but you don't get a lot of it, and they come back very slowly, and it's relatively easy to actually lose it, if that makes sense. Because you're going to need food very quickly. You're going to need it a lot. So, Combat. What happens with combat? Oh no! Now, they don't really do a good job of telling you this early on, but you have 2 actions. You are always allowed to do 2 actions. These can be pretty powerful too. There are really only 2 kinds of enemies. There are fearsome foes and mobs. Shit tier characters, ones that can actually kick your ass. The idea is that mobs do not do anything. Mobs cannot attack you, they cannot do anything unless you fail. If you fail to hurt them, then they will be able to take an action. So if you fail 2 actions against them, that means they will attack you twice, or they will do something to you twice. Yeah, so if you fail that first attack, parry the second one, kind of thing. Fearsome foes kind of operate on, they operate on the same rules. Pretty simple stuff. Now, you always have it unless there's a fearsome foe. If there's a fearsome foe, you have to roll initiative. Yeah, it's a very weird way of doing this. Yeah, it's mobs cannot fight you very well. 3 peasant levies are not going to be able to fight you very well. A knight is going to be able to fight you head to head pretty easily, and because of that, you have to use the most retarded token system ever. Yeah, I don't know why this is a weird fucking system. The entire idea is that the GM gets a bag, puts in tokens for all of the Templars and all of the fearsome foes, and then draws them from the bag. Yeah. Why? I do not know. If you want to make it real simple, make a 2d10 roll, add your quickness. That's it. That's the simple way. 2d10 plus, plus 3, plus quickness. Easy. Maybe add intellect if you have time to prepare or something. I don't fucking know. It's a little weird. Now, yeah, like, here's alternative initiative. What is our basic actions? Attack people, move into an adjacent zone, even though they don't really discuss zones that well. They just exist. You can do certain things that augment it, but really your main actions are going to be attack, move, and defend in some capacity. Hey, you attack someone, you hit, you deal damage. You go to an adjacent attack and adjacent zone and then attack. Hey, you roll damage twice, keep the higher result, and your defense is 10, but you still attack. Hey, take a hit for an ally, move, give disadvantage to the enemy. Ta-da! That's pretty much it. Yeah, nothing too extravagant. Even though damage can be pretty fucking dangerous. Like, to give you an idea, Ray here has 13 HP. If someone with a longsword came up to him and stabbed him, which would be bad for Ray, they just did 10 plus, let's say, 5. That's 15 damage. If Ray did not have armor, he is fucked. Luckily, he's got a little bit of damage reduction, but he goes from 13 to 3 and takes a condition. The idea behind a crippling blow is that if you take damage equal to your crippling blow, you have to mark one of these. Are you stunned? Are you bleeding? Do you have a broken limb? Are you unconscious? Or are you dying? The more crippling blows you take, the worse you are. This is how you die. At the end of the day, this is how you actually fall over and die. Is you take an absurd amount of crippling blows and fall over. I think the crippling blow threshold is very low, relatively speaking. Like, extremely fucking low. Because it's very easy to just die. Like, then someone will most likely also need to have the healing skill. Yep, make sure someone has the healing skill, which doesn't actually heal people, by the way. This is an important thing. The healing skill does not heal you. It heals conditions, but not stamina, which is different from healing. That heals with a different kind of healing. Normal healing. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of the idea of zones. Like, zones aren't too handled outside, aren't handled too well. Hey, if you roll critical, you get an advancement point. Cool. You get more things, but you have to use the downtime action. So, every 4 sessions campaign, each Templar character can take 1 gift. So, the idea of Heirs to Heresy is that this is not going to be a long game. What can you spend advancements on? You spend advancements on improving these or these, and you're not going to get a lot of them. Now, gifts are kind of like special powers you can get. Your special ability. Those are your special powers, and they are very rare. And the idea is, every 4 sessions, you're going to get a handful of these. Never a lot. I would say that Heirs to Heresy works best as a mini-series game. This is a game that's going to be 8, maybe 10 sessions. You can go longer, but it is a game that is a mini-series. This is not going to last you a year. This is not going to be a multi-year-long super campaign. That is not the point. Treat it like a mini-series, keep a good beat, you're done. And that's really what it's all about. A couple of these as well. Fire, technically a candle is extremely fucking lethal, by the way. I don't know why a candle can do 8 damage. Yet a candle can technically almost one-shot Ray. And a torch can effectively one-shot him. Yeah, I don't know why. That's one of those weird ones. I burnt myself with a candle. It's quite harsh. Yeah, but is it being reduced to being on the verge of death? Like, ow, it hurt, but is it on the verge of death tier? Like, yeah, burning building. Okay, that's reasonable. Like, it's like, oh, that's... Yeah, prone's pretty simple. Starvation shouldn't be a big one because we have the idea of journeys. Now, the idea of journeys is that you have 2 options, really. You can take the roads or you go trekking. Now, the more journeys you take, the more that you travel along main roads, the faster you are, but more likely you are to get spotted by people. On the other hand, if you go trekking out in the middle of the woods, it's going to be a lot longer, but it's going to be a lot safer, sort of. Now, this is where that time comes in, because they literally say, oh, if you want to have a long campaign, just make a lot more journey tests, and it's like, ugh. So, kind of the idea is that you're going to be making a number of checks, trying to beat that. Easy enough. Hey, if you fail a check, cool. If you fail a check, you're lost, you've run out of food, enemies have caught up, there's a problem you need to do. You succeed, cool. Something goes on. That's pretty much what it is. And it's like, oh, it takes you 2 weeks to do something. It takes you 3 weeks to get to where you need to go. It's like, oh. This is what I mean, like, you need to hunt a lot. And that's why it's useful having someone with the explore and travel skill, because this is a very important mechanic with literally 2 skills tied to it, and hunting if you need food, which intellect is probably the strongest skill in this game for that reason, because intellect can be used for all of these things. So you're going to have a skill monkey, and that skill monkey their job is to make things work. Now, they do have weapons. They do have other weapons than these. This does lead to the idea of other equipment. Now, you're going to realize why equipment's kind of odd. So, you get things like, oh, the English longbow. Yes, the English longbow effectively let you quick snipe someone a bit, like, immediately. Great swords are not that great, actually. Having a fucking lance is kind of a how do I want to? Yeah, the lance can fuck someone up. Yeah, no, a lance can fuck someone up pretty bad. Hey, you want to have some early plate armor? You can have that. You want to find a scimitar? Now, this is where encumbrance comes. I don't think they really anticipated Ray. Now, the idea is you can carry significant items equal to your strength, including swords, axes, and additional helmets, new knives, anything weighs a few pounds. You can carry insignificant items equal to their might. A dagger, a few coins, a crucifix. Something that doesn't weigh. Now, nothing is saying that I can't have 0 might. Nothing really said that. Let me double check something. I'm gonna double check. I might have been flashbanged by that. Yep, nope, there's a 0. There's a +0 right there. So yeah, with 0 might, Ray can literally not carry anything. Yeah, Ray can physically not carry anything. Because he will, like, which is very funny. Which is very funny to me, because since Ray cannot carry anything, he cannot literally carry other items. He is physically incapable of lifting anything heavier than probably himself. As in, he can carry what he is carrying, but just barely. Again, I don't think they quite anticipated 0 might when playing these rules. If you want to have something a lot easier, it's might +1. You will always have 1 might, 1 carry capacity. Is it a lot? No. But it's something. Because technically insignificant, like, Ray cannot carry a crucifix on him because he will literally fall apart. Now, is there any rule? Is there any, is there any rules for encumbrance or anything like that? No, there's no rule for anything like that. Also, a compass is roughly the same weight as climbing gear. Yes. Why? I do not know. You do have the idea of mass battles. Mass battles are kind of a weird, like, staple on. The idea is that you're building army points. You build these army points up, and then you distribute them among all of your commanders. All of your commanders then begin fighting one another, trying to, reduce their various, reduce their various abilities and things. Most of the time, you're going to be clashing. Hey, whoever has the, unit commander with the higher battle skill deals 2 damage to the enemy's army points. The unit commander with the lower battle skill deals 1. And hey, it's pretty much only reliant on a single skill, which is the battle skill. You don't, You don't make a test or anything, so if you have someone with 5 battle, literally just send them up against anything, and they'll beat them eventually. But everyone will usually die, unless you do the reform action, in which case you just literally get more army points. So if you have a guy with 5 army points, 5 battle points, they can just get a shit ton of things. Now, the army commander can do things, such as redoubling efforts or, telling someone to surrender. Yeah, not too exciting. Yeah, it's a narrative consideration. Look at all these things. You can field all of these. It's like, really? Like... It's a very tacked on system. It's not too exciting. I was like, they usually don't. That's kind of the funny thing. I think that was literally a concession, like, oh, well, we need to add this. Ow. Yeah, now, this is, again, one of those things that are also weirdly placed. Effectively, a gift is a special ability. You get one of these every 4 sessions. Hey, these are pretty good. You're a bold leader. You're a courageous defense. A knockdown blow. A killer of men. Martial prowess, so things like that. Like, you get some pretty, yeah, these, some of these are pretty, simple stuff that are pretty easy to, get a hold of. Opening volleys is really powerful. Yeah, which effectively allows you to get a shot off before anything happens. In Ray's case, he would pick that up, and on the first round of combat, he just, before even dice hit the floor, he just snapshots a 360 no-scope someone with a goddamn crossbow, and fucks their day up pretty badly. Now, strength at arm, you double your might when calculating melee damage. The Templar Curse, which, yes, you can breathe a curse to those who kill you. Yes, various other... None of these are, like, too, like, extravagant, but some of them are pretty interesting. This is mostly on the GM side. Most of the same idea, running a safe game, at stock table, campaign structures. This is the idea that, what is Avalonis? Where are you trying to go? A mystical dimension, a fairy city, a demonic realm. Lisbon, state of mind, a secret world, a lie. It's wherever you need it to be. Now, one of the ideas, like, where are you actually going? I'm going to England. We're going to Portugal. Going to Malta. Pretty easy ones. Again, these are your 3 possible ones. Technically, you can go anywhere, but these are your big 3. Now, this leads to Esoterica. Now, Esoterica is how magical things are. Mundane, infused, or full-on magic. Now, also, they spelled magic with a K, so we know we're dealing with some real hood shit. Now, recommended levels out of this game. Recommended. Generally speaking, if you want the full mini-series experience, Portugal, Monday. You want the more fantastical, one, maybe a little bit shorter, probably England. Probably going up to Scotland, go with Infused, up the way to Mystical. Generally speaking, I don't... Yeah, this is kind of how you want to handle things. Generally, again, think mini-series. Don't think about a 5-year-long game or, you know, hundreds of hours mini-series. I think that's not a bad thing. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a thing that's going to really influence people that much. But yeah, they kind of talk about how to do games, how to play things. Let's talk about various stories with the Knights Templar. Now, the idea is, this is like, here's a bunch of concepts. Why is it Friday the 13th? Hey, what happened here? What are some other potential theories? Like, oh, you can be very mundane and be like, it's tied to the Cathars. Like, they have a weird connection with the Cathar Heresy. Because of that, it's a shit show. Hey, what is the Grail? What is the Holy Grail? It's all of these things. Hey, you're the guardians of the lineage of Christ. Or hey, you're a bunch of weird idol worshippers. Huh, that's kind of weird. You're a bunch of Gnostic knights. You want to form a Templar nation state. A militant theocracy. Yes, it would be a you want that was the entire idea what the Templars were doing. Yeah, it's hey, here's all the you know, all the powers and things. Hey, what is the concepts here? The Knights Order and the Order of Assassins. Were the assassins the one who did it? That's kind of the idea. Is like, what, you know, what things are going on? What crazy shit's going on? You can do things with it. Be like, hey, you don't really know. Now, relics are, if you want to have a little bit more magic into things, I would say really don't use them in mundane campaigns, or you can have people believe they're like real magic, but not really do anything. On the other hand, you can make them infused. You know, if you want to do something weird, literally just have in a completely mundane campaign, yeah, here's the Cup of Christ. Here's the Holy fucking Grail. And yes, the Holy Grail can do some fucking crazy bullshit. And that's cool. That's good. That's interesting. Hey, you have literally a document on holy, like, crazy fucking magic. That's just something that you have. And that's kind of the idea. It's like, do you have some magic item? Do you not? What's in the wilderness? What's not in the wilderness? Hey, are you in a small town? Cool. What's happening in the small town? Shit, there are enemies pursuing you, close in, and we get pursuit point. Shit. What do? We gotta run. We gotta get out of here. Bigger cities are safer, technically. However, there are problems. Now, the big thing is, like, you want to visit towns and things because that's how you actually improve yourself. That's how you get things. On the other hand, that's also have a chance of building pursuit points. Now, the idea of pursuit points is that the game master has a set of these that they can spend to have things happen. You know, and as things are closing in. So, what happens? Oh, people see you. Pursuit points. You engage in combat, pursuit points. You know, you're just gaining more and more pursuit points over time. And what can these be spent on? Patrols of guards, penalty of downtime action, enemy knights. If you get 2 pursuit points per character, you end up with in the situation where they're right on your ass. Something's gonna happen. You need to get the fuck out of Dodge. They're easy to get pursuit points. Very hard to lose them though. Case in point. Yeah, most enemies are not too extravagant. Like, this is an enemy. Like, yeah, peasant rabble, yeah. like, oh, hey, the men-at-arms. Like, okay, they have 24 stamina. Doesn't, like, oh, 24 stamina doesn't, seems like a lot, right? Well, yeah, 24 stamina seems like a lot until you hit them for, 15 damage. And they start running away because they have a 6 morale. Because they're going to, the idea of morale is, if I swing up here, how much stamina they can lose before fleeing combat. Like, yeah, if you shoot, if you fucking gun down one of them, they're going to start running. They don't want to hurt. They're going to start trying to run away because they don't want to die. Because always remember that. No one wants to die. Some are going to be a lot more braver than others. Some of them aren't. Now, you can go into like, here's a bunch of goblins. You want to fight some fairy soldiers? Look, it's a fairy soldier. Then you get the fearsome. Fearsome foes will fight for a lot longer. Hey, this is a veteran knight. He's got 9 armor. He does 2d8 plus 6 damage, and he's probably packing a couple people with him. Hey, this guy is fucking cracked, and he's going to beat the shit out of you. Hey, this guy is a literal, like, super killer. Like, he's just a nightmare to fight. You want to fight a fucking bear? Yeah, bears don't flee, they fight to the death. Yeah, bears keep fighting. Ugh. Yeah, technically you can fight a dragon. Yes, here's the dragon. If you want to, you can fight demons. Yes, you want to fight demons. Lucifer himself. Some of these are a lot more. And the enemy variety gets more mystical as you go on. Yeah, fill out the assassins. Hundreds of assassins. Now, casting spell, you can do magic, but you need to have it be, you have to have a very certain treasure to do it, and you have to use Gnosis. Now, in the game, you do not actually have a place to put the Gnosis skill, so you have to put it in special abilities. Now, that is just what it is. So, higher your Gnosis, the more circles you have access to, being easier to actually get it. So, I want to cast a spell. Well, I have to illustrate, then I need to gain an advantage. I have to incant, and then I make a check. If I fail, nothing happens. If I succeed, shit goes, I get some shit. Divine light, angelic light, obscured from man's eyes, restore the flesh. Generally speaking, some of these are pretty easy. Some of them are much more dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like you get some of the really big ones. Blessings can be pretty large. Blessings are mostly if you drink from the cup of Christ. And you get special blessings by, hey, Saint Luke, it's Saint Margaret, or hey, it's the blessing of Saint Patrick, it's the blessing of Saint Paul, it's, all these different ones. Martial Esoterica is like, if you become completely cracked, you can be completely insane. This is how you do. I want to be a superhero. This is how you do things. Hey, you have, you're a legendary archer. If you hit a critical with your crossbow, you deal max damage. Hey, you're a master cavalier. You are literally a savant when it comes to actually using your sword. Things like that. Kind of the basic, basic introductory adventure. Some pre-generated characters. Of course, we have our strongest Knights Templar, Irene Perrault, our French woman. Again, standardized French woman experience. You can tell how French she is. She's not very faithful, though. We've got Christoph Ullerson, who is Swedish. We like him because he's Swedish. We've got the Angélique de Salomon, who is very Spanish, you can tell. Spanish/more. And you can tell because she's the persuadey type, and she has 0 fighting skills. And we have the Lion of Outrimmer, Amar. Various demons and angels to bind to get bonuses. And then we have some basic references. Oh yeah, you can also just, hey, I need Haniel here, please. Haniel, please save me. Do I like Heirs to Heresy? I think Heirs to Heresy is a good, decent game. I think it does some good ideas. I also think it has some bad ideas. Average modern French. I think Heirs to Heresy does best when it's leaning in on it. It does worse when it's trying to deviate from that. It's like, oh, well, we want to do all these cool things, and they're like, here's some random shit that I'm obligated to throw in. I'm like, okay, let me have this. You didn't think some things through, like how Rey can physically not carry anything. Like, okay, that's just something you didn't think through. You can fix this. It's not a difficult thing to fix. But that's the point. That's the point, Nerdpad. It's supposed to be adaptable. Like, yeah, no, not you just fucked up and didn't add things. Like, that's not as entertaining. There's a difference between I've omitted this to let you do what you want with it versus I've deliberately left this out because I forgore. Like, those have very different contexts to things. And I think Heirs to Heresy, maybe the expansion, because there is an expansion out for the game. I will actually bring up the expansion here. Because there's Heirs to Heresy. What is the other Heirs to Heresy book? Yeah, Faith and Fear. This is the newer one. New Knightly Orders, Mighty Relics, Mysteries. Okay. Yeah, it appears that they just add some. It's not even ranked. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it's only 96 pages and $17.50. Jesus, not even 100 pages. But yeah, no, it's, if you like the game, there is an expansion for it. Yeah. It's there if you want it. So, we'll go over one that probably the one I am most disappointed in at a fundamental level. What's the core resolution of what? Urban Decay or Heirs to Heresy? 2d10. Urban Decay is D100. So, Urban Decay. Now, we've talked about this game, sort of, before, because this is by John-Mattew DeFoggi, or however the fuck he chooses to call himself. I don't know. Now, if that name sounds very familiar to people, that is because you went over Clockpunk? Not yet. People said they wanted that one last. Oh, I don't think this one's going to be very long. So, James-Matthew DeFoggi is actually known for the guy who wrote Jackals. Yes, he wrote Jackals. And I actually liked Jackals. I liked Jackals quite a bit, but he also did Urban Decay. So I'm like, okay, Urban Decay, you know, Silver Seller. I'm like, all right. Like, okay, I'm like, I was like, all right, this seems interesting. I liked the clash system. I think the clash system's a good idea. I think it is a solid game. So I'm like, I have high hopes for this, and I like what he's referencing. Cool, I'm ready. I can do this. Now, again, nothing too extravagant here. Now, the thing with John-Mattew DeFoggi, or DeFoggi, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, is that he is most known for writing for a variety of things. He writes for 13th Age, he wrote for Torg. Now, he works primarily for Strange Owl Games. That's his technical design company. And he's had games like Dragon Kings, which is trying really hard to be the brand new Dark Sun game. And he's got Night Space 1889 and a couple other games that he's looking to do. He goes on Kickstarter quite a bit. Not for these ones though. We gotta see. We got a Patreon page. Ta-da! There we go. Nothing too extravagant here. But yeah, I mostly know this guy from his time working on Jackals. And I like Jackals. I think Jackals is a pretty good game. Now, notice how he doesn't really talk about anything. Again, iconic production is they mostly do Glorantha stuff. Yeah, they mostly do Glorantha. Oh no, they don't do just Glorantha. They do a bunch of things. They do Glorantha. Yeah, it looks like they're making a sequel to Jackals. Yeah, and then Urban Decay and yeah. That was like the thing I said with Jackals is like Jackals seemed like DeFoggi wanted to make his very own game. They did not do Glorantha Notepad. Yes. How high are the modifiers in Heirs? Heirs can go, if you really min-max, you can get like a +10, but that's like if you fucking min-max. Yeah, they didn't do Glorantha, they do Glorantha stuff. Exploring Glorantha right here. This is their one of their shows that they do. And one of my thinking was that Jackals was not originally Jackals. My belief is that Jackals was originally going to be a Glorantha game, that he legally could not make Glorantha, so he just made a legally distinct version of it. And if you look hard enough, there's probably his own hack of playing everything you want in Glorantha on it. Obviously, you can't publish that, but it's probably out there somewhere, hence why I made the joke at the end of the Jackals video. You kind of see all of... Nothing too huge, but you kind of see here Castles and Crusade stuff. Yeah. In line with Osprey games, yeah. Yeah, Luathi Ritualist Plant, yeah. He's still working on Jackal stuff. Yeah, the Urban Decay is rough. And why do I mean that Urban Decay is pretty rough? Urban Decay is really rough because it is very clear he did not give a fuck about this game. It's very painful how little of a fuck he gave. It's very fascinating. Now, if you excuse me for 1 second, I need to PNG to PDF. I need to do some of this. To kind of explain some things though, there is no lore to this. It's a beat 'em up game. It doesn't need lore, right? Okay, that's reasonable. It doesn't need lore or anything like that. But they really don't do anything else. Let's just say that. Now, we're bringing in Pro. We love Pro. Now, if this looks very familiar, it should. But yeah, this game is mostly inspired by things such as, if we, you kind of see here, we start off pretty quick. Now, if we look at the inspiration list, The Warriors, okay, Charles Bronson films, okay, Big Trouble in Little China, Street Fighter, Streets of Rage, Mortal Kombat, River City Ransom, Marvel Knights, Old Guards, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Daredevil. Now, you might be thinking, cool, this is going to be a game about beating the shit out of problems. I think that's the case. I do not know what the, yeah, not quite that. I would really like to believe it was more like The Warriors. It's not. For those who don't know, I like The Warriors. I think it's a really good movie. Urban Reign? Urban Decay, thank you very much. Art has some hits and misses. I'm going to say that right now. Art has some pretty serious hits and misses. But one big thing is a lot of this game is copy and pasted from Jackal's. Because it uses the same system. Now, what do I mean by that? We're going to see, I was noticing as I was going through this, is there are points that literally are not. This is the official character sheet that you can download from Osprey. Now, Notepad, why aren't you using the official character sheet? Well, here's the official character sheet. Now, you need to write in your skills here. Yeah, you can't write in your fucking skills. They did not add a text box for you to actually write your skills in on the character sheet, the fillable character sheet that they have. They did not add that. You can write everywhere else. Well, you can't write the description where it should be. But you can write everything else. You just can't. Yeah, you just can't write your skills in the primarily skill-based games. And now I'm gonna show you all this, and I'm just gonna let you sit. I'm just gonna let this sit for a minute. I really want you to look at the wound table. Can you tell me what's wrong? Can you really tell me what's wrong? Oh, Draco, no. Look at the tables. Look at the squares. Look at them. They're all off-center. All of them. Every single square is off-center. I don't know what they did to make this. I don't know who they contracted out. But this is what they did. This isn't even me making a shitpost. This is the official one you can download from their website. Yeah, now, as you kind of see, I did not fix it. I did not change anything. Again, I've got all my wounds and stuff. The wound system does make sense. It's just a lot rougher. So, if you excuse me for 1 minute, I'm going to grab a drink real fast, because they're not even evenly spaced! I'm going to grab a drink real fast because my throat hurts. Yeah. we're dealing with a little bit of amateur hour here. Gatorade. So, let's get into it. So, we're going to start right away with making a character. I do like the fact that we start right away with making a character. However, get ready to record all of our basic stats. And yes, you will be recording all of these basic stats. Does this look like a dog shit table? Yes, I know it looks like a dog shit table. And it looks like something that was taken directly off of fucking... It looks like something that was taken literally out of a Google Doc. Poorly. Yes. Do not think about it too much. Now, to give you an idea, I had to type all of these in individually. And if you see any skill that has like a bolt that looks a little bit bolder than others, that was one I had to change. Eventually, yes, I had to change a lot of these skills, so do not write them in. Have like a separate sheet of paper if you're doing it physically. If you are doing it digitally, have like a second one open. You're going to need it. So, damage bonus, your move bonus. This all will make a lot more sense when we get to combat. Then we get our archetype. Some traits have skills. Now, these make a little bit more sense when I started getting into them. Pro became angry. Yes, he was angry. And because he was angry, he has all of these bonuses. Now, what a trait is, if I go down to my traits, if I make an athletic skill test, because this is a D100 game. So, I'm going to take my D100 here. Get rid of all of you. I'm going to take my D100 here, and I'm going to be making an athletics check. Wow, 50%. I'm going to roll the dice. Wowzers. I got a 13. I succeed. But what I can do is I can roll a second die and check one I like. Because the idea of traits is that you can re-roll the ones place. Because that means you can avoid critical failures by rolling dubs, or you can by rolling dubs and failing, or get critical successes if you roll dubs and succeed. Traits are very powerful in that regard. Does it feel a little bit underwhelming? A little bit, but nah, I don't hate it. But yeah, most of these are 5 and 10%. They do lie to you at one point about this. I don't know why. They just do. And, yeah. Yeah, skillful... Actually, wait a second. I gotta... Yeah, it's the British spelling of skillful. Okay, good. Yeah, sneaky. Yeah, strong. Then you get your background. Now, if this was 6-6, I'd be like, okay, roll D6 for each of these, but they're not. So, yeah, Pro became a, I believe he was law enforcement. So, yeah, as Pro, I had to get all of these. Yeah, also, get ready for some CP in here. We love CP here, right, everyone? Right, gamers? I mean, Clash points. Clash points, Jeff Bezos. I swear to God, please. Yes, it's a notepad. No. We love Clash points. Yeah, get ready for fucking 5% intervals. Yippee. I love fucking 5% intervals on some of my skills. Yeah, like, sometimes you get 10. Like, the big thing about the idea of dubs being a lot more important than anything else is you want to get to a situation of, like, 55. Because 55% effectively means you have a much lower chance of critically failing than critically succeeding. If you roll dead on, it's still critical success there. Like kicking, you have a lot higher chance of critically failing, versus my striking, which I have a lot lower chance of critically failing. But if I roll an 88, I'm still going to fail. So if I roll an 88, I got to roll another d10 and try to get under it, using the whole dice. Now, we get the selecting training, which is even more of these. Yes, even more small little bonuses. And sometimes they feel a little arbitrary, like why does the face get extra clash points? Why does the finder not get that? Why does the second story worker get these things? It seems a little arbitrary at points. Now, he doesn't fit any concepts. So yeah, he doesn't fit any concept. Yeah, they're very strict. Pizza time. Pizza time! Yeah, so, and everyone lives by a code, and these give you skill talents. What's a skill talent? Skill talents are pretty fucking useful, and they are a pretty big ability that applies to your skills, which are pretty much your main character. This is technically a skill tribute system, because you get things like athletics, dodge, and all these things, and endurance, all kind of sharing the same gravitas. The other thing with the code is that you can use your code to affect an outcome of a roll, which effectively means you can bump it up by one step. Instead of a critical failure, it becomes a failure. Instead of failure, it becomes a success, and a success becomes a critical success. As long as you can justify it. Now, these two give you skills and bonuses and things like that. Including interpose. Yeah, this is the interpose one. And don't forget about all of these and all the attributes and all of this. Like, yes. It's great. It's lovely. Yeah, and remember, there was an editor for this. I want everyone to know that there was an editor for this. Now, this is one of the first times that I started marking things, because I noticed this most evidently. Ben jumps at the mite. That's his warrior monk concept to a letter. He records the following stats: plus 5% first aid, plus 5 striking, plus 5 willpower, plus 1 wounds per row. Okay. This is the example. This is 5. This is clearly 5%. We go up tonight. Oh, these are all 15%. Someone literally forgot to put 15 instead of 5. Why? I don't know. They just kinda did. Yeah, I noticed a few more as we were going down, of course. Customize character outside of their life path choices. It's not a fucking life path. Fuck you. Yeah, it's like, what's your like, you get a 15% to any of these. You get a 10% to 3, 5% to 6, and then you choose one of these. Now, yeah, you kind of see here all of the various abilities. Now, I'm going to let you all look at this. I want you all to sit here and really internalize this chart. And I want you to tell me, what do I get? You want to pick your weapon. What do you get? And I'll even get rid of the highlighting just for you all. What do you get out of this? This is step 8. I want you to figure it out. I asked Cole last night about this, by the way. If you want to see why I fucking hate bullet points, I'll give you time. Nope, no, look, right up there. I believe in there. One of those. All right, give you all a little bit longer. Okay, I believe in all of you. Is it all of them? So, what we managed to deduce is you could have a leather jacket, a close combat weapon that's two-handed, or you could have the leather duster with a close combat one-handed weapon, or a ranged weapon one-handed. to write this out to be a little bit, like, to give you all an idea, you have the option of leather jacket plus close combat weapon, two-handed, the leather duster plus close combat weapon, one-handed, or the leather duster ranged weapon, one-handed. Those are your three options here. Is this a really horrible way of writing this? Yes. This is a horrific way of writing this out. It is just a very poor way of writing it. I don't know how this got past. No way you get them all. No, you have to choose. Again, you choose either A, you get option A, leather jacket, CC, close hand, +2 hand weapon. Option B, a leather duster plus one-handed melee weapon, or option C, the leather duster plus one-handed ranged. It's very confusing to look at because there's two ors and nowhere else does it really say that. They could have written it out like this to make it a lot easier, but they chose not to. You have to choose one of those. You always get the top three. You get $50, all of these, brass knuckles or steel toe boots. Or you can get this, or you can get this, or you can get the leather duster and the ranged weapon. There's an or inside of the or. Who chooses $50 then? No, you begin with 50. You see the issue here. This is why it's really fucking confusing. Yeah, the equipment section is like kind of weirdly worded. And what threw me off was here, because this right here makes it sound like I either get the leather duster close combat weapon or a ranged weapon. But I see the or here, so I'm like, oh, I get or this. You know, like, it was a very, very messy thing, and it was like, why are you worded like that? What the fuck? Yeah, again, it's weird amateur hour. So this is the idea of the crew type. The idea of the crew type is one person begins at a plus 20% in one of these skills. And they can give a plus 10% to another character. Then that character chooses one of the other three remaining skills, and it kind of goes round robin. Someone gets a 20%, someone gets a 10%. You're all part of the same crew. And you can call upon your crew to get a bonus for things. And it's like, oh, it seems a little bit underwhelming. So, answer some questions, don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah, technically, I didn't even bother putting this in because it's like, answer the questions about things and get bonus skills. I'm like, fuck you, I don't care. Because mostly, you can't write the skills down, you can't write your answers down on any of the parts of the question of the actual character sheet provided, so I'm not even going to bother answering them. Because I don't care. Yep. This is... yeah, none of the skills are too extravagant. There's a shit ton of skills for combat things, though. You're going to choose one of them, and you're going to embrace that one. Because if you don't, things are going to go bad. So, very few guns actually exist. Which is to say, you shouldn't be using guns, because that's the genre. Remember John Wick was cited. Remember that. Yeah, guns are very... you're not supposed to use guns. And anytime you do use guns, you actually have to give the GM a good boy point. You give good boy points to the GM. I'm like, fucking what? Yeah, influence. Get ready for the kicking skill and the melee combat skill, which melee combat does not cover unarmed unarmed attacks. That's striking. Yes, it's striking, not melee. Very different. Hi, can I ask you a writing question? Yes. Hit me, Flower Heart. What do you need? I hope you know I also almost called you Flower Name Weapon Heart. I was getting very close. Fucking Enforcer it. I still need to write the Enforcer at tabletop role-playing game experience. Because the Enforcer it trilogy is an art piece that everyone should know about. Oh. Okay, writing point. How the fuck do I plot points? How the fuck do I plot points of using time powers to stop your GF from turning evil without using time loop? You got time powers, man. That's not good. Well, first things first is how does time powers work? What are the rules there? That's a big thing. I think the hardest point when it comes to like time powers in a game, in a book, in a movie, doesn't matter what it is. The problem with time powers is that there's you can have a lot of rules, you can have no rules. Establish what the rules are. Hey, I can go back in time to change something, but it's a one-way trip. It's Terminator style. I can't go forward in time. I can go back in time, cool. Hey, I can go back in time, but it's just my mind. You know, that, again, you can do a Steins Gate logic, where it's like you only send your mind back. You don't send your entire body or whatever. Only a bubble around her. Oh, that's confusing. Yeah, that's... Oh. Oh, shit. I mean, let me do you from turning evil without using time loop. At that point, it would be something akin to... If you want to stop her from turning evil, like... That's a hard one. Just can't affect all the time, only a bubble around her. So it's like, fuck, it would be, like Singularity almost, where it's like you can localize time things. If you want to do something like localized time, it would be more along the idea of the character would be trying to find the thing to turn her evil, if that makes sense. What is the event that turned her evil? And it's a mystery at that point. And that would be the secret there is, hey, I need to... Yeah, you can do something like that. It's kind of the idea, if it wouldn't be necessarily a time loop at that point, but the idea would be you are, like, I've reverted you back to a previous point, and I need to try to I need to understand or find the trigger point here. What triggered you to become horrifyingly evil? What happened here? And it would be a mystery story with effectively, you know the beginning and you know the end, you're trying to find the middle. You're trying to find the climax of the story, which is going to be kind of a weird thing. It's like, okay, what happened here? If you want to have some weird notes about the nature of determinism, they know what made her evil. Okay, that's the easy part. How do they stop that? That's the hard part. Again, if you can make a point about the idea of, like, determinism. Well, they need to stop her. Yeah, I guess the idea would be you have to get close to her. Yeah, you can do something like that. You have to literally get close to her, and it's not even a surefire way of it working. Ugh. Time powers. It's a pain in the ass. Do. Time powers are always a nightmare. And it's what, like, I think a lot of people really want time powers and things, because time powers are interesting. Like, you can do some fun things with that. The problem is, like, the second you introduce anything related to that, it gets fucky-wucky almost immediately. Like, almost immediately. It's like, how, like, if you don't establish very strong rules with that, too, which is another big issue. If you're doing, like, full-time travel, is it mental time travel? Like, that's why I like Steins Gate as much as I do. Because Steins Gate does a really good job of... Steins Gate does a really good job of explaining all of its rules very quickly and very early to you. Like, this is how it works, this is what we're doing, here are the restrictions, here are the, you know, here are the lines, here are the, yeah. And yeah, that's, again, they even answer questions like that in, like, Steins Gate, because only one person can really go back. Here's the thing, all that shit happened, everything happened, they just don't remember it. So it's like more of a... Yeah, I guess that would be the plot at that point, I guess. I guess the plot at that point is you've reverted everyone to a previous state before they know everything. People still understand what happened. They don't, but they don't. That's a weird premise. Weird logic, but I mean... I guess the question there would... You would have to have a situation about... I guess the problem there is that you would need to end up having a situation where people either find out what happened and being like, hey, wait a second, you horrible human being, you literally erased my memories about things. Which is, if people didn't know, it's like, yeah, that's kind of a violation of trust. And if they do know, it's still like, okay, we've lost things now. We've effectively reverted back to 0 at this point. We're extremely vulnerable and there's problems going on. Power's not permanent. Jesus. I do not envy you. I believe you can do it. Go get him. God, people are posting pornographic content again. Damn it. But let's get back to it. Generally, Urban Decay skill system's pretty basic stuff. Nothing too extravagant. You're going to get some weapon powers. When in doubt, just invest in striking. A lot of things give you striking. Now, it was weird. It's weird because I like this in Jackals, and I don't like it here. And it's really weird to think about. I'm like, why do I like this in Jackals and not here? And I think the main reason is that Jackals felt like everything had a purpose in Jackals. This one, less so. And remember, we have $50, but we have no real price points for anything. And striking does D8 damage, so you're going to be striking a lot. Being like, oh, hey, what do all of the weapons do? You're right. They just add to your strike damage. That's what the vast majority of them actually do. And this is why it's like kind of difficult to be like, oh, well, yeah, invest in a big heavy weapon or something. Why bother investing in a really heavy weapon? You have to change the skill up. And you might not have that much clash points to actually work with. So it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. Now, You also have the idea that technically your damage bonus is the number of d6s you get. It's silly. But yeah, it's like, okay, nothing too extravagant there. Range weapons are non-fire. Again, we don't really have any good examples like, oh hey, a heavy range weapon does that. You technically can throw you cannot throw a grenade farther than a knife or a javelin. Yes, you can you cannot throw a grenade better than a fucking hatchet or a throwing knife. You know, a fucking grenade. Why? I don't know. Now, most weapons, like most actually like guns, have a base skill level. This is how easy it is to actually use. This is your base skill. So, for example, if Pro is using a light automatic pistol, he would not have 5%. He would have 45% because it's a base skill level. 2d6 damage, 25-yard range. Now, this does lead to, hey, what kind of pistols and stuff do you want to use, and what kind of rifles do you want to use? But yeah, again, I don't know why. I do not know who edited this, but whoever did is really bad at their job. And yeah, welcome to one of the main reasons why armor sucks, because armor reduces the amount of CP you get, which is clash points, and you need clash points, because if you don't have it, you can't do shit. So literally any kind of heavy armor is dramatically reduced in value, because it's just like, oh yeah, you just stop doing things. Like, you can just stop almost immediately. It's like, damn. Also, set in the modern world, we all generally know the price of items and what is available. If you have doubt, ask your GM. They will know whether you can scavenge for it or if you have to buy it. They can Google it faster for you than I can. Yeah, there's no gear section in this book. It's Lamau Google it. Unironically, he uses the fucking Google it answer, and he didn't even use the proper capitalization of Google. He used the lowercase version of it. Yeah, I ain't doing this. Yeah, this is why Urban Decay was not vibing with me as much. Like, one of the things is Jackal's had a limited selection of gear, but it felt appropriate because I'm like, okay, this feels fine. Like, okay, this is reasonable. Here, it's like, oh god. Now, anytime you use a skill, you're going to be able to mark it. So let's say, for example, I use craft. I'm going to have to open up this. So let's say I use my craft skill. Cool. I'm going to make a craft check. Wow, cool. I failed. I said I failed. I would increase my craft skill by a certain amount. That's kind of the idea. If it's below 50%, you add 5%. If it's below 3, it's below this. It's very difficult to start leveling up your skill at a certain point. It is very difficult. Now, you can hand out active advancements, though, which is say, hey, I want to increase skill by 10%, or I want to do a 5%, or 2 advancement to create a new trait. Now, this is the main way that you're going to actually push skills to their upper limits. If I want to pump striking up further than where it is currently, either I actively do it and get like 2% intervals, or I spend my active advancements and get that up to where it needs to be. Though this does make the usually very strange thing of wanting to get something up to like 99% and then use it, because it's technically cheaper and more efficient to do it that way. Why? I don't think about it too much. And 3 advancements, you can invest in your attributes, actually, which does, again, mean things like clash points, damage bonus, and things like that is more, you want to get these a little bit more. Now, traits are still hellishly lame. Yeah, it's like, oh, you can use multiple combat skills. Cool, you can do combat skills differently. No, fuck you. Bad skill talents. This is one part about Jackals I did not much care for. Why did I not much care for it? Because to get up to past 100 in a skill is a lot of fucking work. It takes a long fucking time unless you go hyper in on one. So I'm like, okay, these feel like they should be a lot bigger than they are. And they kind of do, and they kind of don't. It's very middling would be a good way. Nothing too exciting. Again, a lot of them are kind of the same idea. Because what are you going to do? You've got to do that. It's skilled fighter, it's brutal blows, things like that. Nothing too extravagant. Doesn't need to do it. Now, the idea is that you can also purchase momentum. If you purchase a momentum talent, you can do bigger things. Better lucky than good. Crew that bleeds together. These are effectively things that, hey, we can add things for everyone. It's a universal good idea. So, ooh, my bones. Yes, D100 again. They even say like, oh, it uses the Jackal's Bronze Age role playing game. This is the core of the system. It's a D100 versus the character skill. 91 to 100 fails auto. You can do difficulty steps. Most things are going to be normal. This is your most range, and this is your pretty standardized range right here. Nothing too extravagant, nothing too bad. Help people, do it. Now, you roll dubs. Dubs get a crit. This could be a critical failure or a critical success. If you roll 100, you still suck, and everyone still hates you. And everyone will laugh at you. You are Fumbles the Clown, including this, for some reason, ballerina clown girl assassin. Yeah, I don't get the ballerina girl clown assassin. All I'm saying is that Clussy's got me acting unwise. That Clanusi. What am I even saying? I'm not even high. That's the worst part, I think, about this entire affair. I'm not even high. I'm just like, it's fucking clowns. Why is this here? It's going to get worse from here, by the way. So, again, critical skill. This is almost entirely copy and pasted from Jackals. And we're going to start seeing a bit more. I don't put it out for everyone. There's a couple of them that I'm like, this is kind of weird. But this is the resolution matrix at the end of the day. If you're opposing someone, if they get a success, you get a success. It's high roll. Failure, no one wins. Fumble, critical, player wins with amazing successes. Now, yeah, if you use the night code, what you can do, you can bump it up by 1. Oh no, I failed. I succeed instead. Oh no, I got a success. I want to make it a critical and automatically win. Bumping is always good. Momentum is good for that as well. Again, use 1. How much momentum do you have? Momentum is a currency used by everyone. This is your momentum pool. Anytime you score a critical, you add momentum. You start with heroes +2. So if you have 4 heroes, you have 6 momentum to start with. Always be contributing to the momentum pool. This is good. We like this. Start of each session, you refresh the pool slightly. Now, you're going to be wanting to use it a lot. Reroll fail checks, reroll damage checks, add narrative twist, invoke advanced challenge. Prevent death. Yes, that's the big one. Prevent death. Add clash points or run the fuck away. Running the fuck away means that you leave the level. This is one of those weird concepts they don't explain until later. Every time you go on a mission or something, it is referred to as a level. And that level, you're doing something, but if you choose to flee, you run away, you spend all your momentum points, you run away, and you lose the level. Whatever you wanted to do there fails. And you have to approach it from a different angle. And hey, the GM gets domination points. Domination points can be spent to make your life much worse. That's it. Momentum is a kind of meta currency. It's a group meta currency. Everyone can use it, and everyone's contributing to it. But effectively, anytime you're using momentum, the GM is getting momentum back. And they can use that to do the exact same thing you can do with it. Now we get to the fucking action slot system. Okay. Action slot system is very weird. I'm going to do my best to explain it. Yeah. And combat in general is kind of weird. I'm going to do my best to explain all of this. So, once the fight begins, you go to combat rounds. Cool. Reserve a spot for their team in the initiative order. Start by rolling a d6 into the initiative stat. In this case, NPCs go for crew slots. Cool. Now, each character rolls a d6 plus their character's deafness. Yeah, their deafness skill. Not initiative, deafness. Because that's from Jackals. Again, I think they literally just copy and pasted some of these things from Jackals. Or they just wrote it wrong. So, to give you a little bit of an idea of how this works, I'm going to roll four of my skill dice here. And let's say we have a crew A. We have crew A, crew B, crew C, and crew D. Or crew D. Let's say A rolled a 5. B rolled a 2. C rolled a 3. Rolled a 3, and D rolled a 6. And the enemy, let's say the enemy, has a set of 3 at a set at 4, and the other enemy has a set at 2. What this would be, what this would look like, is that we'll do enemy A and enemy B. What this would look like is any crew member acts on 5. The enemy A, acts on 4. Any crew member acts on 3. Enemy B acts on 2. Crew member acts on 2, and technically there's a 6, so any crew member acts on 6. You are effectively slotting in your crew to the initiative. Someone with really good initiative skills, someone with the ability to do things better, is you can I was looking at that wrong. But yeah, no, it's kind of the idea of okay, hey, it's not huge, it's not bad. Someone with a really good initiative can technically let someone a lot slower than them act first. I don't hate the initiative system. It's a very weird initiative system, though. And I'm going to be the first one to say that. I think a lot of people are going to get thrown out by it, especially here, where they use the wrong term for it. Why? I don't know why they use the wrong term. I noticed this a couple other times. Yeah, and then it's just like the heroes slay all the soldiers. Slay? Like again, I think this was copy and pasted from Jackals, and it's a very weird thing. You don't get many actions. You can move, attack, or do another action, or challenge, technically. Challenging, you're trying to taunt them, and if you taunt them, then you make deception checks, and if you succeed or if you fail, they have to attack one another. This worked a lot better in Jackals. This worked a lot better in Jackals because it was, hey, I'm gonna fucking fight you, 1v1 me, bro, and everyone's like, yeah, let's fucking go. And it made sense. Like, okay, it felt good. I want to build more, combat ability by challenging you. I'm challenging you. Let's 1v1. Let's do this. Here, not so much. Feels a little bit janky in some ways. This does lead to energy points. Again, we'll explain energy points a little bit later. So, clash points. What do clash points do? They turn literally everything. They make everything work. So, one of the big things is you are going to be using clash points to effectively oppose the enemy very actively. Oh no, this is your turn. What's going on? I want to attack a foe who leaves melee range. I want to help someone. I want to open a door. I want to retrieve. I want to dodge into cover, stand from prone. I want to do something. Hey, I want to feint it. I want to power attack, even though they tell something, even though they say that's completely different than what it should be. Precise blow. I want to do that. I want to do a feint. I want to do, That's kind of the idea. You can spend clash points to do things. And most of the time your clash points are going to be used for defending yourself, because you can say, hey, I want to actively oppose the roll. I want to say, nope, fight me. 1v1. And I believe you just have to spend 1. Let me go back to the attack section where we explain this better. Oh god, we got a raid. 55 people. Oh no. Big goat raid. Oh no. Hello everybody. 55 people. That's a lot of people. How are we all doing today? My name is Notepad Anna, and I write games for fun. We're going over Urban Decay, a game about the Warriors, except it's not very good. Zam, 55 people. Hopefully all having good times. I don't know if everyone is here. Hope you have a lovely time. Say hello. Everybody say hello. We all like saying that. Again, if I'm doing my best here, my throat's getting a little scratchy, and like half of them leave automatically. It's great. Yes, it's... Everyone's gone. It happens. Don't worry. But yeah, Urban Decay is by Osprey. We're going over Osprey games because Osprey games are, I think people don't see them as much as like I think people would like to say, because Osprey has a couple games and some of them are pretty all right. We've gone over one that I actually kind of liked. One I was a little bit mixed on for New York existing. But yes, we're going over Urban Decay right now. We just reviewed Savage Worlds Venture Edition, one of the rare generic systems that genuinely Savage World. People have asked if I should go over Savage Worlds, and I'm like, it's popular enough that I'm like, eh. Went up and you didn't see it. This is what happens. I get locked in. I like Savage Worlds. I think Savage Worlds is pretty reliable. It does its job, and that's all you can really ask for in a game. You can't always do obscure stuff. Hey, that's my entire MO, man. But let's get back to it. And so effectively, the entire idea of the clash system is I'm going to punch you in the face. Well, bam. Okay. If you do nothing, you are literally standing there getting punched in the face if they make their attack check. If you choose to clash, you then make an opposed check against one another, leading to situations where you can potentially beat the shit out of one another and kill one another. Yeah, they kept the mutual kill rules from it. I like the clash system. This is not the best clash system. We can't all make a role-playing game based on paladins. Everything is paladins. Every game is paladin secretly. See, someone did propose that we could make a Concord TRPG. I'm sorry, Concord sisters, we're so back. Concord sisters, what will we do? Paladins TRPG jam. I don't think enough people play Paladins to do that. I blew people away with the fact Paladins had lore. Like, I don't think people even know. Now, I'm even going to say, I don't even know, like, half the lore in Paladins is insane. Obscure video game jam would be a bad idea. Obscure video game jam would be a weird experience. I genuinely don't know what people would find. I'm scared of being like, here's my obscure hentai role-playing game. I'm like, no. But it's obscure. It's my extravagant, RPG maker, game. I'm like, what? I've seen them before. People have joked about the Dwarf Fortress TRPG forever. But yeah, no, it's very easy. It's very easy to get into challenges and to get into fights and to get the shit beat out of you. Most everything you can do that we would consider like special actions or whatever are actually tied to clash points. And clash points are very important. Now we get into energy and wounds. Energy and wounds are extremely complicated if you don't understand how they work, so I'm going to do my best to explain them. So, every character has guts, energy, and wounds. Alright, we've established this. Okay, we got this. We can assume the best way to explain it is that energy is your overhealth. We like not dying. You need overhealth. Energy is your overhealth. Easy enough to understand. Okay, cool. Good idea. Wounds are your underhealth. Okay, we lose all our wounds, we fucking die. Wow, I like not dying too. Exactly. And then guts is our multiplier. Okay, this is where things get a little bit weird. So, the best way to think about this is I have my full wounds here. You say I have 36 energy. At the start of every combat, what you do is you do guts times remaining wound, it'd be remaining wound lines, I guess you would call it. That is your total health. So, let's say, for example, I have 12 guts, I have 3 lines remaining, that means I have 36 energy. Oh no, let's say something terrible happens, and I'm sad now, and I lose 5 of my point. I lose 5 guts. I lose 5 whole guts. Ow, that's a lot of guts. So, make this a little bit bigger. So my guts would go down by 5. So instead, I would have 7 times 3. 7 times 3 is 21 energy. Okay, easy enough. I'm sad. Lost guts. Lost guts still do the multiplier, but it's a little bit more painful. Now, let's say I take a bunch of wounds. Let's say I take a few wounds. Ow, oh, no, I don't mean to put it over there. Ow. 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 Okay. Oh. Okay, so I've lost my first row of wounds, but I'm still at full guts. So it would instead be 12 times 2 equals 24 energy, which is lost wounds. You lose wounds when you run out of energy entirely. This does lead to a really interesting death spiral. Because, on one hand, if your guts equal 0, you have 0 energy, and you're KO'd. You're out. Because you've given up. Contrasting, 0 is wounds equal 0. You have 0 energy. You have 0 energy. And you die. It's a weird death spiral system. I liked it a lot in Jackals because it felt very thematic. Because in Jackals, it was valor and metal. If you had good valor, if you were a heroic individual, if things were going well, you could fight longer and harder. They also had the very convenient thing of what you actually was, but they chose not to put that in here for some reason, this god-awful character sheet. Now, that's one of the, it's a very weird system of doing health. I don't hate it, but again, it was better in Jackals. It was better in the old game because it had a lot more stuff going on in it. It was a lot better thematically, which is important because thematically keeps people alive in these games. If we can cover up the mechanics, life gets a lot easier. But you kind of see 12 and 6 wounds per row, guts times 3, die horribly. It is also like, oh, what's your damage step? If your damage step increases, you change your die value, which again, it looks really wonky. And then it's like, oh, here's your damage bonus. Why do they not call your damage bonus just what the die is? I don't know. They just chose to do that for whatever reason. And again, getting hit hurts. Any long fight means you're going to get fucked up pretty fast. Like even like it's D8 plus D6. D8 plus D6 on average is still 7 damage. Like that's 7 damage plus a bunch of other bonuses that could potentially happen. Like, yeah, you can kind of get your shit kicked in pretty quickly. Especially if you both critical, where you do max damage to one another and almost kill each other. Yeah. Yeah, no, it can be pretty bad. Technically, you can die in other more extravagant ways, which is more important. We got morale. Most enemies are going to flee. Most enemies run like hell. That is good. We like it when enemies run like hell. We don't have to worry about it anymore. You take wounds. This is bad. Get ready for, SpaghettiOs. You have a -2 to your guts and are permanently fucked. Why? I don't know. That you just, hey, you have a lasting injury. You have a massive scar, or you have a big issue. Take too many wounds and you're effectively out. And that, I think, is one of the biggest issues, is take enough wounds, you are out of the game pretty much by virtue of, well, the game just not liking you very much, if that makes sense. Does it suck when a characters are going to get retired after losing a couple guts? Yeah. Because that's kind of what would happen. You take enough bad wounds, if you fall below half your guts, your character should be retired. Like, because you have lost maximum, mind. This is maximum, not current. This is maximum. You've lost half your health permanently, unless you start spending a shit ton of advancement points to get it back up to normal. Where it's like, is that really worth it at that point? Running the game ain't too difficult. It's like, oh, well, we want to be like games like The Warriors or Streets of Rage. Yeah. Yeah, no. Domination points. Effectively, it's a GM currency that acts as momentum, and it's like, oh, hey, here's all these cool things that you can do. What if we just don't? Like, here's all the levels and stuff. I'm like, okay. They want to do the idea of levels where this is the primary way that you will be progressing through the game. You start at your home neighborhood, you go to one of the lower lieutenants, you go to the upper lieutenant, you go up to meet the boss. It's a level in a Street of Rage game. Does it work for this? No. Not at all. Yeah, most of, like, the scene effect. Most of the things when it comes to like scene effects or abilities like that feel really underwhelming. Because a vast majority of this game really does feel like GM pays his funny money currency to activate something. Or you pay your funny money currency to activate something. Roll D10. Or... any tip for the next TTRPG jam is arbitrary. Arbitrary! Always arbitrary. It's great. Yeah, it's grab a new weapon. That's cool. Yeah, technically they have the you want to loot things. Yeah, but like one of the problem with looting things is that almost all of the weapons and armor do the exact same thing, and there's very little of it, so it doesn't really feel rewarding getting a new weapon. But I'm like, oh well, you get an energy drink. Okay, like, hey, you get food. You can get some healing. It's like, I wish there was more stuff like this. I wish there was more, hey, we need to eat floor chicken to recover ourselves. Floor chicken should be a big thing in this kind of game. It should feel important. Oh, yummy, I've got floor chicken, I can heal. Keep that forward momentum going. That forward momentum is important to games like Streets of Rage. Because in Streets of Rage, one of the biggest ideas is that you can't really stop or anything. You keep going, you keep fighting, but enemies are always giving you a way to repair yourself even just a little bit. If you play well, you get more points because you're not getting hurt as much, and all of those healing items get directly converted into points. This is good. We like this. If you're getting fucked up, the game is like, okay, here, keep playing. We'll give you a little bit, and then only if things get overwhelmingly bad do you really die. And getting getting melee weapons and things like this should be like a raw bonus. Being like, yeah, cool, you have it, but it breaks quickly. Hey, cool, you've got a ranged weapon. This is awesome. It doesn't do much for very long because it's gonna go clink, 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 and then you throw it away. That's not what this game is, though. It's trying to be a lot more regimented. You know, oh, it's the how much clash points does the enemy have? How much this? What's the adjusted party size? Every 2 advanced talents the character has. Oh boy. The city is kind of a non-place. It's just the city. You can kind of put it anywhere you want. They kind of talk about different city effects, different city areas, but it's a lot of just sitting there and saying, hey, what's here? It's stuff. How do you move between places? They added a travel system inside of the city, and they had to add this travel system because Jackals had the travel system. And you may be thinking, that doesn't make any sense. Jackals was about traveling effectively on foot between, ancient, in the fucking ancient Palatine. Yeah, I know. And this game wants to simulate public transit by making you weaker. Yeah, you get weaker by attempting to travel between districts due to how public transit? Like, oh. It feels really underwhelming. It's like, why are we even doing this? Like, also, the artwork is unique, to say the least. Now, imagine this guy running at you in the middle of the night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Most of the enemies are pretty standardized stuff. Technically, any of the bosses and all of their lieutenants do follow the same principle of having to pick archetypes, pick abilities and things like that. I do like that. This is a good idea. I like this. Hey, you're a political power guy, but you're also really subtle on things. Cool. You've got a bunch of bonuses. Generally speaking, I feel like it should have a lot more of these things, but hey, what do I know, right? Maybe I'm just a silly Billy, right? I'm a little silly Billy. The lieutenants kind of follow the exact same idea. They have a template and you just add on to that template. Like, if I were to... Like, a vast majority of enemies look like this. They have defense, attack, knowledge skills, urban, and then common knowledge. That's really all they have. Nothing too extravagant here. Of course, here's our local thugs on the take, as one might say. The school librarian armed to the teeth, and I believe Shaquille O'Neal holding something. Wow, I just realized that this is... Man, what kind of roided out fucking dog is that? Jesus. Traveling 40 minutes on a bus, then dying of exhaustion. Yeah, mooks are barely worth anything, and that's kind of the point with mooks, is like they're not supposed to be terribly scary. Yeah, this is the introductory level, which again, my BRB, bad bitch CEO, is going to beat the shit out of me. Finally. What's the fucking point? But yeah, no, it's a... There's a few other points in this game that they use the wrong terminology. They use the wrong wording. I do not like Urban Decay as much as I did Jackals. Urban Decay, I kind of wanted the warriors. I wanted I wanted something real heavy-hitting and real... very forward momentum. I think the clash system's the right idea, but I think they, instead of expanding upon the concepts of the clash system to fit it, they were like, we're going to fit this in... We're going to fit the square cube in the round hole. And we're going to break it until it works. Rather than, hey, we can make something interesting using this as a foundation. They're just like, okay, you're just going to work. It's a bit underwhelming. I was wondering. Like, yeah. It's a very underwhelming game. and that I think is like the biggest tragedy of it, because I like Jackals. This ain't it though. Like, this needs an Everyday Heroes crossover where Walter White throws toxic chemicals at the character. Again, the Everyday Heroes experience was hilarious. Like, but like, I don't know. Not my thing. But now we have to do our final game. Yes, the final game of today, everybody. It is a very special game, and it is opens Gran Meccanisimo. Now, it says here that this is clockpunk role-playing. And if you are horribly offended at that at a fundamental level, it's fine. Because this is not necessarily clockpunk as more as it is hostile-core. Rotini wave, you might even say. And it is super Italians. It's nothing but Italian, baby. It's nothing. Call me Italian because it's nothing but garlic. But what is this game? Gran Meccanisimo. Gran Meccanisimo is again another Osprey game, obviously. Nothing much really came out about this one. I saw people talk about it and see it. It does exist. Is there anything else on this game, really? No, another $25 Osprey PDF, silver seller. It's mostly the writer. The writer got me a little confused. As you can kind of see, he did a lot of Glorantha stuff. A lot of, again, some Cyberpunk 2020 stuff back in the day. Aluminum Wars with Maleandros, of which one day I will go over Maleandros. Actually, back that on Kickstarter. 2023, any nominated for Best Writing. Again, it got nominated for it. I could see it for Best Writing. This is Mark Galeotti. Mark Galeotti has a Wikipedia page. This is him. So he's a British historian, lecturer, and writer on transnational crime and Russian security affairs. Yes, he is a yeah. He is fellow of the Euro-Atlantic Geopolitics at the Council of Geostrategy. He has various things about him. He has been banned from going to Russia by the Russian government. He is a journalist by nature. He is the founding editor of journal Global Crime. He is on the Mob Museum in Las Vegas, Nevada. In Moscow Shadow. Various other people talk about him. Yes, he has also worked on several Grant-related books and fanzines. He wrote Hero Quest engineered standalone RPG, Mythic Russia. Now, I believe, unless there is another person, who could potentially be this guy, which I don't believe there is, because it's very specific. Yes, this is the the writer of the Pasta Wave game, Italian punk even. The game not just a namesake? Oh. It's like finding out a Gungan work on an OSR clone. Yeah, Da Vinci, the TRPG. Yes. It's the entire, yeah, this is, I believe this is him because it adds up. Because that's the funny thing with it, is that it adds up of who this guy is. And I'm like, okay. And Mostly because if you go here, he's written a bunch of things for them. He's written a bunch of things for them. Yep, scholar of Russian security affairs. He just decided to write his clockpunk game in the middle of all of that. Like, I want... Like, I want you... Like, we've got Manly here, even. I think that's even funnier. Is like, yeah, here's a guy literally being like, Russia is a national crime state, effectively. Being like, by the way, here's my fucking Da Vinci game. Fuck you. I'm like, alright, fuck it. Like, what can you even say to this? It's like, yeah, okay, it's Italian core, Italy wave even, pasta punk. And, it is a purely just baffling experience, because I'm like, okay, this can't be the guy, like, maybe I'm looking at the wrong person. Like, that's a very Italian last name. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm looking at something wrong. No, it's him. This is just his thing. He's decided to write this. For the idea that's important, the first 60 pages of this 192-page book is dedicated almost solely to lore. And I'm going to do my best to explain the lore currently. So, welcome to Italy during the Renaissance. Things are going not great. You have the Holy Roman Empire coming up, coming from the north. France is making power plays, and Rome has been making some more overtures to take over more of the continent. All the while, the Kingdom of Naples and Sardinia are under the heel of the Spanish Empire. Florence, though, has something very special going on in it. Florence has a Machiavelli, one of the greatest statesmen of the world, and he is playing the long game, and he's doing his best trying to find something that can help him turn the tide and make sure Florence stands the test of time. Then he discovers Leonardo da Vinci during his artist phase. But he does not like Leonardo da Vinci as the artist, he likes Leonardo da Vinci, the inventor. And using using the funds of Florence and his own personal abilities and his patronage, Leonardo da Vinci effectively has all of his wondrous inventions work. And Florence becomes a major power player in the entire Italian, in the entirety of Italy, and eventually takes over places like Pisa and Lucca, and a couple other smaller places, as a major power player because of the new science. What is the new science? It's Da Vinciing over things, as everything that you can think of, he's probably doing. The introductory story, the little introductory story is a glider coming in, because yes, they invent gliders. And Florence has just expanded. Florence has gotten larger and grander and more impressive by the day. It's a very early industrial revolution. An industrial revolution amidst the sunlit artistic ferment of the Italian Renaissance to the smog and fog of Victorian England. What if primitive computers, decorated delicately painted cupids, ran on water clocks, crude spring-powered tanks whirred across the battlefield, with cannons thundering from their flanks, and a glider fitted the cloth's perfectly blue Tuscan skies. And that is a pretty major premise behind it. And you have the Pope, he's making like, hey, the new science is evil. Venice wants to do horrible things to you. Milan is getting its shit kicked in by France, because France. Genoa wants to make money. Spanish is being Spain, because fucking Spain. And they talk about what's going on in the Italian peninsula at this time. kind of give you an idea of what Da Vinci would be making. The system he made Aluminum Wars, and it's pretty much PBTA. It's a very early, it's a very weird game. So I'm just, whether you want to come, how many political pundits made serious TRPG projects? I don't know. Well, you joke, Wuso, but there is. Because, let me see if I can find, hi, Muscovy. Here's Machiavelli. Effectively, Machiavelli has been supporting all of this, including the Gran Meccanisimo. The Gran Meccanisimo is the supercomputer that runs Florence effectively. It can predict the weather, it can predict everything, you can technically call people, and they even have a primitive internet, because everyone also has citizen ID, literally citizen ID cards that allow them to run everything. Most of the finances of Florence are handed by the Gran Meccanisimo, who kind of runs on his own sometimes, and decides to do things on his own. Is Leonardo da Vinci literally trying to create artificial life and an artificial AI in a clockpunk set? Yes. And there are technically computers in Florence, but they're all water-powered. They kind of talk about, the bureaucracy and what's the new science. This is Da Vinci. Da Vinci got his eye blown out by science gone wrong, and now he just built himself a super ocular eye. Lets him do everything. Yeah, the Gran Meccanisimo. It's yeah, it is becoming the greatest invention ever created by man. There are literally robot guards now. All of the flying machines work. There is a sub out there. Yes, there's a sub. They talk about all the quarters, what everyday life looks like, men and women, the term of a clocker. Yes, they're using cognate engines. Are you a clocker? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are effectively freelance programmers of the day called clockers. What's businesses looking like? What is banking, credit, financial crime? Because the Gran Meccanisimo made a fucking actual bank. Yeah. My science did it. I think that's a really good way of looking at this Cimber is Thief 2, Metal Age. I think that's a really good... The best way to think about it is Thief 2, if Thief 2 is the Undercity, kind of the darker aspects of this kind of setting, I think this would be the more hopeful aspects of that. Florence is the city of dreams. It's where things can happen. Anyone can be anything. And that is the beautiful thing. But there's that darkness. There's that lingering darkness where there's hope in Thief. Where there's hope in the darkness, where, Garrett always wants to try to pluck, something, always tries to do the right thing, even when things look a little bit bleak. And he doesn't want to be a good guy, but he will be if it comes down to it. On the other half, this one, Gran Meccanisimo, is like, oh, look at all these wonderful things. We can solve all these problems. All these wonderful, great, and fantastic things. But underneath it all, there's always something a little dark, a little mysterious, little, wait a second. Are you trying to sell us out to the Gran Meccanisimo? Or are you trying to, what's Rome plotting? Because Rome doesn't like it. What's Venice plotting? Because Venice is still powerful. They still want things. Is France making a move? Is Naples making a move? You have all of the problems with the Renaissance, but you have that overlying, like, oh, everything's so great and wonderful. Here's a flying machine. It's a mechanical horse and all these wonderful things. But on the other hand, I am going to use this weapon to kill you. We want to. It's the idea of I want to use this fabulous machine not to save the world, but to kill my enemies. I think that would be the best way of thinking about it. And they talk about it. I like the idea that they quite literally go over the concept of banking and credit. It's a weird thing to talk about, but yeah, the fact that it's like, yeah, this is a big idea. We've revolutionized the concept of banking because we have automation on it now. And then you have wars. You know, the Condottieri are still around. They're contracted private armies. They're still around. People are still using swords and halberds and things. But you can get rapiers, and sometimes someone will pull out a 3-barrel pistol, because fuck you. Wheel-locked pistols, a certain fashion. You know, it's... Hey, you know, you're still there. You know, Florentines, you got some exotic stuff. Yeah, you still got some exotic things. But on the other hand, they're not really that exotic. It's just a gun that shoots things better. It's a rifled barrel because we can make those faster. You know, this is ideal conditions. Yeah, and that's kind of the idea. It's like, and I like the idea they do talk about, like, most of this machinery is extremely delicate. Everything has to be perfect for it to work. And what's better? Is it having reliable or having something you, like, break down? You know, fighting is still there. Travel doesn't take too long to get to various things. If you're in Bologna, getting to Pisa is about 111 miles. On the water, on Red Ottovia. Technically, you can have gliders. Yeah. And there's no flight or anything. It's you have gliders. You take off high, and then you literally sail the wind. And yeah. You can make a hot air balloon, too. Yeah, this is Da Vinci's sub. Hey, you know, medicine's still a little janky. On crime, they're still there. Vice, church. Also, let's talk about Jews. They do talk about, like, hey, there are, you know, Jews are facing prejudice a lot because that's what it is. Muslims face prejudice in certain areas, but they also know that they have a lot of money as well. And I like the idea that they talk about it like, this is a trippy topic, but this is something that it's rooted in history. You're like, hey, this is how you can, like, if you don't want to deal with it, you can, but it's here, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, this is fuck the fucking tank. Make a move. Let's do it in. It makes it legally distinct Assassin's Creed universe. I'm hurt by the current AC as part of my soul. Epic tank. Don't jump at it yet, Simber. If you like the lore, again, I'm going to be linking everything, of course. Also, thank you very much, Stiggy and Atlas. We will get ready for the game. That's, again, the most important part of all of these things. These are tools to tell an exciting collaborative story. Gran Meccanisimo uses Gran Spearing's tripod game engine. Now, I tried to look at this, and I couldn't really find much on tripod. So, if I look at tripod game engine, nothing really pops up. It's like, oh, hey, the world game. Lost Ark, Ottersoft? I'm like, okay, maybe Tripod TRPG. Maybe that'll be the thing that pops up. It is, but this is Tripod Essence. I believe this is what it's vaguely based on. I don't believe it's the first one, but it's also right here, the wordplay engine. This is what it's mostly based off back in 2014. I've never heard of this game. Gran Spearing doesn't. I've never seen any of these games before. Like Age of Arthur. I don't know if any of you have ever seen any of these things before. This is Fate, Heroic Fantasy. This is using the Black Hack. Yeah, I was like, all right, that's interesting. You know when you kind of give it the, all right, that's an idea. Gran Meccanisimo is a very light game. Uses tripod. It's the Tristat, isn't it? It's the Tristat. Well, sort of. The game. Shit, I fell for it. Fell for it again, badge. Here you go, baby. So, I didn't mean to click on that. So, this is, it's pools of D6s. Use descriptive phrases, traits, and applies them directly to play by giving them a phrase value. So, you role play, the guide, very simple stuff. You all know that. This is also your citizen identification card. Yeah, your Catalogo identity card by order of the state. So, what are the basics? At its absolute core, what you're trying to do is scale successes. And we're going to need someone very important to help us here. So, say hello to Giovanni, a dirty gabagool, Sicilian mercenary on a deadbeat job. And I attempted to get Dirty the most accurate way I could get him. I think this summarizes Dirty. Don't you agree, Manly? I don't know if he's here. As a proud Sicilian man. So the big idea is that you're going to take a number of D6s equal to whatever your skill is and whatever a trait is. So let's say, for example, I, Giovanni Gabagool, want to just punch down, I want to shoulder bash a door open. I want to shoulder bash it up. So I've got, let's see, 3, I got 4 from my body, and I've got 4 from my built like a bull trait right here, built like a bull. So I'm going to take all these, roll your dice gently down the way. And I'm going to start counting up my successes. Any die that shows a 4 or a 5 counts as 1 success. Anything that counts as a 6 counts as 2 successes. I rolled a total of 3 fucking successes on a 4 and a 6. I rolled 3 3s and 3 2s. Fuck! The hell is this? Yeah, I got 3 successes out of that. Now, one of the big things about the game is that almost every roll you do is actually going to be opposed in some way, most of the time. So, let's say, for example, I'm going up against, let's say the door. I mean, if it's just a door, it's going to be pretty simple, right? It's going to be like 2 successes. All right, easy enough. Let's say I'm trying to barrel through someone. Let's say he's a stalwart guard. He's got a 4 dice there. He's going to roll his dice, and he's got only 2 successes. He's got 2 5s. So, my 3, my 6, and 4, 3 successes beat his 2 successes. So I would be able to get through him pretty easy. Bash through him. That is the game. Congratulations, I have taught you how to play a vast majority of Gran Meccanisimo. It is not a complicated game. Using a soul attribute of 3 and his always enthusiastic 3D trade. Rolls all of these. Most of the time, you're going to be doing the... Why is Dirty Italian? He is like anti-Italian. You should take it feels. You get the idea. Gabagool. Yeah, again, he is anti-Italian. He's Sicilian. But yeah, this is yeah, we got all our various goals in mind. Again, there we go. Kind of the basic idea. So, that's kind of the basic premise. Most of the time it's going to be opposed checks against another character or another object, or you're going to have a flat roll, effectively, saying, okay, do you score X number of successes? Not as common as you would think. We got our various traits. Now, traits are broken up into body, mind, and soul traits. You can technically have these in various different worlds, but hey. Comfortably girth, curvaceous figure, dancer, darting rapier, drinks like a fish, enormous beer. You're herbalist. You are Latin grammar, your navigation, you have sharp eyes, smooth liars. Now, one of these ideas is that if you have a trait that is vaguely appropriate, you can just use that at a -1. So if I want to intimidate someone, built like a bull isn't necessarily that, but built like a bull plus soul, yeah, that's appropriate enough. It's mostly going to be used for that, however. Technically, this does allow you to make... How do I want to word that? In technicality, you can make any kind of character you really want. Some might be a little flashy. So again, darting rapier, you could have just had sword fighting. But this is where that idea of being able to switch things out for something a bit more appropriate. Darting rapier could be just be an invocative term that says you're elegant and swift. So it's like, hey, you can use that rather than just sword fighting. That's why you want to be a little bit more creative with these. All right, that works. Hey, if what category could possibly be? People watching in mine is perception. People watching in soul is you like talking with people. You understand how people think. If I remember correctly, what you're supposed to do is face away from the door and do a back kick at where the lock should be. If I remember correctly. So, traits are used continuously. Again, traits are probably the most important thing, and nearly everything has a trait. They do not talk about flaws very well here, but the idea of a flaw is if you have a flaw get invoked early into the session, pretty much you say, hey, I want, this is going to come up, you get a bonus. You get more advancement. The problem is, people can use that against you now, because anytime you have a penalty, it is usually not a penalty for you, more a bonus for them. Hence why you see damage. So, for example, let's say, let's say I have something like stressed out 2D. Anytime getting stressed out comes up, I'm going to have to deal with that. They're going to get 2 extra dice on me, or I'm going to lose dice to my pool if no one's opposing me directly. Instead of having 6, I have 4 now. All right, not bad. Easy enough to understand. Pretty much having a negative trait is effectively saying, hey, I want to get more things. Technically, some of these can be. Yeah, Gabagool here, Giovanni here is a womanizer. He is a horrifying womanizer. And if there's goodness, gotta look for things that you wouldn't think about. Hey, contract with the Dutchman. What do you mean the Dutchman wants to do something? God damn it, Chippy. God dang it, Chippy, you want something done, so you're compelling Giovanni to do this. Okay. Technically, you can also give these to, supporting characters. If we have a supporting character, so that's the devoted valet Mercurio. That's 4D. Cool. If you want to flesh him out, you can give him more traits. If you don't want to flesh him out, you don't have to. Yeah, this is Manfredi, and his 3-shot pistol. So, usually, again, it's a very high concept game. Take a high concept and roll with it. You are going to get a lot of characters. Also, they do give you how to do Italian names. It is very important. Yes. Federico Fabria. Filippo Fontana, Francisco Serra. Yeah, very important. Always make sure you have the right horrifically Italian name. And I do expect everyone who plays this does have an egregiously Italian name. It is very important. Now, you got your 3 attributes. You have 9 points between them. 9 points doesn't seem like a lot, but it's enough. Not a ton. Generally speaking, if you want to keep it pretty average, 4-3, it's a 4-3-2 is pretty reliable. Technically, you can do 3-3-3 if you want to be perfectly average. 5-2-2 also works, and 5-1-3 is extreme. That's the most extreme you can get. And 5-1-3, like having a 1 in something means like you are really bad at it, like horrifically awful at it, and everyone will make fun of you. Even a Jew can be a clocker. Thank God, even a Jew can be a clocker. Now, there's 3 recommended ways to make traits. You have the archetype method, you have a narrative method, and you have the improv shit method. Now, I recommend, if this is the first time you are playing a game like this, I would actually recommend going through the archetypes. Like, it's not great. The archetypes aren't perfect, but it gives a good solid foundation to it. I went with narrative. I went with narrative. I said, hey, this is a good idea. What you can do is you effectively reduce traits down by, if you want to get more wealthy, you just reduce traits down, and then you choose 3 goals. Easy enough to understand. Again, I chose all of these. These are 15 different ones. As you can kind of see, built like a bull. He's got his good old sword, because weapons don't really do anything. They just add dice. I got a pocket gun, though. Fight dirty. He's going to beat you with my bare fucking hands. He knows how to ride horses. Contract law, business dealings, size him up. Nobility is for chumps. Yeah, loyalty. Yeah, there we go. And I'm like, okay, this is... I went hard on the idea that this is a Sicilian mercenary on this deadbeat shitty job for a Dutchman, otherwise known as Chippy. Your character can be a lot more different things. Hey, it's an enduring limb, good with my hands, a sharp knife. Or hey, revenge on the Orsini, buried anger, justice. Clocker still sounds like a slur to me. It kind of does, so I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, improvisation. Improvisation is like if you are playing a short game or you are playing a very particular kind of game, I would go with improv, but not really. Then you have goals. Goals can be invoked either once or 3, kind of, you can see, for example, let's say I'm more like, find out who wants to kill Chippy. I'm trying to figure that out. I can invoke that and just get an extra die. I want to make enough money to retire. I hit that, I get 5 extra dice. Pretty good. And you want to be invoking these goals pretty consistently, and you want to be trying to finish these goals. The best way to kind of think about it is a short-term goal is, what do you want to do this session? There might be multiple short-term goals this session. The mid-term goal is like, 1 or 2, like 2, maybe 3 sessions tops. And long-term goal might be a couple, maybe a while, maybe multiple. You know, it might be multiple sessions, it might not. Kind of depends on the situation. Yeah. Basic ones. Also, here's the mechanical dog. We love the mechanical dog. Wealth, money. Generally speaking, most people are going to start from 3, about 2, 3, or 4. These are your basics. I made it so that Chippy is roughly about here. Like he is a very rich man. I am a very poor man. Generally, if you hit 3 wealth, like you got a pretty good standard of living. You're living the life. You're doing good. Yeah, is difference in 1 of degrees. How many servants palaces you have? How easily can you raise an army? Yeah. Finishing up. You have nudges. I like nudges. I think the mechanic works. Experience. We'll talk about those a little bit later. Oh, God. Yeah, and this is like, it's a storytelling game. You just wing it. Yeah, these are kind of some of the, like, if you want to do an archetype, it's, you just select these. Like, oh, what do you have? It's this. This is what I want. Okay, cool. Hey, I want to be an artisan. This is what you get. Hey, I want to be a... Hi. I want to be a banker. Here's all your abilities. I want to be a bravo. Here's all your abilities. Things like that. Nothing. There's quite a few of these. Nothing is too extravagant. Priests, rabble rousers, sailors, scholars. Just a soldier with a fucking gun when in doubt. You know, spies, woodsmen. Some of the, you know, and you kind of get some of the idea of like, oh, typical goals. Find a wife. You know, hey, awkward in company, closed-lipped, you're a loner, survivor. Oh, you want to be a hunter? No, grab that. Hey, you want to be a workman? Do a quarryman. You know, things like that. Quite a few different ones that you can kind of play around with to make how you want. Each of the origins do have some extra traits that effectively allow you to invoke them to do things. If that makes sense. Like, hey, you know Florence, you're unfazed by new science. Kingdom of Sicily, hey. Like, knows the Sicilies, knows hometown. Like, these are things you know. Oh, Rome, at home in the big city. You know, Venice, yeah, yes, I'm a Jew. Why do you ask? What could this be? What could this be possibly happening? Again, typical scene in Italy. You know, typical Italian moment, Italy moment. Yeah, that is a vast majority of the game, to be perfectly honest with you. We're not looking at anything too extravagant. But is that okay? Again, initiative, most of the time when it comes to things like initiative, it is a I go, you go, nothing too extravagant. These are the 3 ways to resolve challenges. So, no roll. How many dice do you have? I have 6 dice. You're going to get about 4 successes on average. With 4 successes on average, that roughly beats whatever I was planning. It's good. It's how good you are. How many dice can you justify getting? How many things can you end up with? Shit, I only have 6 dice. Hey, can I invoke this trait too? You have 8. That's an additional success. Oh, alright, you succeed. You're fine. Cool. 1 roll challenges. Now, When it comes to the difficulty, it is either going to be 3, 6, 9, 12, or 15. Generally speaking, you're going to look at about 6 to 9. And what do you mean difficulty 6 to 9? That means I need 6 successes. Wowzers, that's a lot. Well, not really. Most of the time, your success is as good as automatic at the difficulty level. The idea is, if you need to do a routine test and you have no active problems, it's just a roll. It's a no-roll challenge. Not really a problem. Not really an issue. It's just difficulty 6 rune. It's a routine test. Easy peasy. Nothing problematic. Now, this also plays into the idea of creating a scene trait, because even the scene can have traits. Well, it's a 4D, a fog that envelops everything. 5D, respectful stillness in the air. Something similar to that. Play to the situation. Play to the play to the situation, play to the scene, play to your character. You get the most amount of dice you get the most amount of bang for your buck. Attribute, trait, equipment, goals, scene traits, other characters, anything. And then just throw everything at once. Yeah, if you have a large number of dice, just remove dice. Yeah, that's it. You can get a lot of dice if you really plan ahead, but if you're really just on average, if you are being middle of the road everything, you might be looking at maybe 5 dice at best, 5, 6 maybe, and this is it. It's not too difficult, and it's not that bad, because that kind of leads to who rolls the dice. Wall's difficulty of 7D. Oh no, because that difficulty is the amount of the amount of dice being rolled. So hey, difficulty 4 versus my difficulty of 6. Wowzers, I've got 1, 2, 3 successes. You've got 2 successes. I beat you. That's as easy as it comes. The multi-roll challenges are a little bit more difficult. This is combat. This is any of these things. It's who gets narrative control, trying to go back and forth with one another to get something out of one another. I want this roll. You want this roll. I want this. You go this. If you're fighting one another, I beat you on a roll. I might inflict a little damage. I fucking kick your ass in a roll. I'm going to run you through, and that's not going to be good for you. Both are pretty bad. Both you don't want to. I see Lumbago Company getting mentioned in my God-fearing chat. Truly our darkest hour. But yeah, combat. Most items are again just traits, which is hey, it's a 1D, it's 2D, it's 3D. It's not too extravagant. You make a check. Who's fighting who? Everyone splits off and starts fighting. Hey, it's an ambush. Oh, we're holding the high ground. Oh no, we're outnumbered. Or hey, this is just a terrible situation because we're all in a bad idea. You can also do this for debates, exploratory, just really long-term challenges as well, which goes things like, hey, it's war. Or large numbers of faceless mooks who just go down instantaneously. So, this is the most important thing that you need to know about when it comes to this. Outcomes and the margin of victory. The concept of the margin of victory is what is the problem that occurs. So, Hey, we both roll. I get 1 success. You get 0 successes. That would be 1. That would be a slight edge. They get damage trait 1. Hey, emphatic. Damage trait 4D. Removed from play. Complete. Permanently remove character from play. I kick your ass. Again, I run you through. I just scratch you. Ah! I dig you right in. You're down. Hey. Get better. Just do better, Lamau. Yeah, it's very rare for someone to die of literal embarrassment. Damage traits. Yeah, these are, again, sudden loss of confidence. Talents would fight the guy who made ruled ladders applied. You might lose dice. You might, and if you lose dice, that's pretty bad, or the enemy might get your dice. You want to know who's pretty easy? Let's all play a let's play a game here, everybody. Oh no, there's someone you want to kill. Now, when do you think would be a good time to fight this person? When they are A, at full fighting strength and completely aware that you're here in a time ready to fight you. B, when they're minorly distracted. Or C, when they are bleeding to death on the ground. I'm gonna make a wild guess. I think we know which one's going to be the winner here. That's kind of the premise here, is like exploit where your enemies are weak. Get an advantage when you can. It's a game about getting as many advantages as you can by just rolling this. And it's like, oh. Knocked out of the current challenge. Nothing too... Tis but a scratch. Slightly crossed. Taken aback. It does have that kind of strange situation where it's like, oh, how do I deal with this social damage? It's outright terrifying? Yeah, like social is kind of always a weird one. Any kind of social damage is always kind of a weird damage. It makes a little bit more sense here because, like, the main combat example, to give you an idea, the combat example is not a sword fight. It is a fucking court case. And they're damaging one another's lives and trying to make sure that they can outright fuck with one another. If you choose to power through, if you're determined to succeed, it's you can still lose and succeed, but you still suffer damage, increased by 1. So if you really want to kill someone, you can say, I'm going to kill you. I am going to, I'm going to hurt you as much as I physically can. If I stab forward with my knife, being like, I'm going through, even if that thing goes straight through me. I score my 5 successes, you get your 2 successes. We stab each other right through the fucking chest, and we both go down. Yeah, they can be very, very dangerous, and this does lead to kind of the healing. You do heal naturally over time, but you can apply, I want to try to fix this. I want to go out of my way to fix this, and it can be difficult. Yeah, incapacitated, 4 sessions, 4 months of in-game time. Yeah. Now, a nudge is I do like the nudge mechanic. It's a fun little idea. So, I have rolled my dice. Oh no. I have rolled no successes. I can spend one of my nudges to make that a 5 to effectively bump bump a die up by 1. It's the GM can get some nudges. Every player starts with 3 nudges. I think it's a fine one. Hey, I wanna give another person a die. This is me helping you out. Hey, I need this. I need that. I want to help people out. You get nudges. You know, you're getting things better. Flaws come in. Flaws are bad. Flaws are also a way that you can get things. Scale is also a little bit weird. Scale is effectively free successes on something. And the kind of the idea would be like, scale would be like, I want to, fight this, the greatest swordsman of the world, in the world, Bahr with bare fist. He might have scale 3, so he just has automatically 3 successes on you because fuck you. Let's see, goals. Goals are kind of the same idea. Again, you invoke if you invoke a roll. You invoke a goal, you get dice. You can invoke it after the dice, reroll dice, improve victory levels, and things like that. Doubts are pretty much damage to your goals. That's pretty much it. But hey, you do get minor advancements out of it. That's always the big thing. Get more. You get some money, use wealth, buy things, you can buy funds. All it is another skill, technically. Coffin of fucking Andy and Lele fan animated series. No. 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 There will be no coffin of Andy and Lele posting. We do not believe in that. We are not a Remo pilled. But yeah. Going into debt, having money, getting gear. Most equipment isn't, again, like, they're just dice, and that's all they are. Now, pretty basic stuff is do you have the dice for it? If the answer is yes, you can get it. If the answer is no, well, try to afford it, and it's hard. Now, this is the idea of the new science, if I can fucking speak. The new science is unreliable, if that makes sense. It is like, oh wow, this is some cool new stuff, but it's one of a kind. It's somewhat unreliable. It's gotta be in perfect conditions. But instead of being a +2 for having a good reliable thing, it's a +4, but it might blow up in your hand. Yeah. An automaton powered by spring coiled and or for 3 hours or fight for 1, triggered by simple binary commands played on a bugle. Yeah, so pretty simple things. Yep, you want to go into clocking? Hey kids, want to be into clocking with me? Again, it just sounds bad. Clockers and clocking sounds bad. It sounds like I am saying a slur. I don't want to. Also, thank you very much, Flower Heart. Thank you, heart-shaped symbols. Sorry, it wasn't much help. People are pinging me now. Why are people pinging me? Stop that. So, minor advance. What do you do with minor advancements? You just complete mid goals, get flown from flaws, replace traits with new traits, replace existing goals with new goals, remove doubt, delete a trait, and raise another from 1 to 2, add an extra nudge, little things. The big thing is you want to have 2 minor advancements. Right here, take a new trait with value of 1, increase from 1 to 2. And significant advancements. This is how you actually improve yourself, as well as the major advancement. You can technically bank ones to, use them to refresh nudges and things. But yeah, this is how you actually improve things, get up to a 7, which 7D is, I am insane, and I'm the best of the best. Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci technically has more than, 7 than he should, because he's just the best. Yep. Let me see. Episodic art. That's kind of like how it should be. Also, this is the idea of Leonardo da Vinci. He's got 1 body, 6 mind, 4 soul. Artist of every kind, 9. Inventor extraordinaire, 12. Obsessions beyond mortal ken at 7, and disconcerting. Yeah, it's, effectively... Yeah, no, Da Vinci got weird. He's effectively becoming Karis. Yeah, this is kind of like, what do we want to do here? How do we want to play the game? How do we want to make characters, write details, add more things? We want to fight, what's an elephant doing here? What's wolves do? A lot of little things about to keep it working. Battle is Grimseam, armories as characters, sound and vision. Osprey to the rescue. Yeah, he's just like, hey, do you want to... Hey guys, you want to buy my books? Little as a brick, I know your game. But yeah, mixing up challenge, pretty simple stuff, the rest here. It's nothing too extreme, pretty basic stuff. Basic appendix. Do I like Gran Meccanisimo? I think Gran Meccanisimo is a really interesting game with a really light system. And that really light system... And I think that really light system kind of brings it down in some regards, because I want to indulge in this world. I want to sink my teeth into it. I want to bite into it. I want to gnaw into this world, because it's interesting, because it's clearly written by someone who knows their shit and really cares about it. It's interesting. I like it. I think I want to see more out of it. System is very... It's the best system I can think for right now, because I don't know what else to do with it. It feels like there should be a better way of doing this. I do not know what. And I think that's one of the biggest problems here, for me anyway, is I want to see a character. I want to see this do something. The system, I want it to be something different, but I don't know what to make it, because this is the best fit for what this is. If you're thinking about picking up this book, or even you just want to read through it, it's mostly going to be for the writing, for the setting. Setting's great. I think guy clearly knows his shit. Ow. And I think that's important. Is it the be-all, end-all greatest game of all time? Not really. It's gameplay-wise, I think it kinda... not perfect. But... I think that's it. Game, okay. Game, okay. Setting, amazing. Have you ever gotten a situation where you work on a thing, and when you get into something, you realize they're similar, even though you had no idea about something at the time of making? Yeah, that's happened before. You just gotta roll with it. Setting, really fucking neat. Yes, exactly. That's Ospreys. Inevitably, we will probably... Ooh, goodness. Inevitably, we will most likely do another Osprey case. I have, because you can even see right here, like, we've got some that we just never went over. Like, Through the Hedgerow is apparently pretty interesting. It's apparently doing its own thing. We've got Nathan Russell with a diesel punky game, Tomorrow City. Maybe it's Bioshock-like, who knows? Terror from Beneath, investigation games. I like Osprey games because they do feel very... Not simple seems like the wrong way of wording it, but they seem very reliable. Are they the best? No. You don't get amazingly high, super highs or super lows when it comes to these. You get like solid, you're like, yeah, this is okay. This is good. Not great. Not bad. Just okay. Is that wrong? Is it bad to be good? No, I don't think so. Now we get to my favorite part of the experience, where we all feel extremely sad on Kickstarter. I know it's all of your guys' favorite experience. Yay! Time for Kickstarter. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Let's do, we want to go to newest tabletop game. There we go. Let's go. Let's go down. Let's see what we can find today. It's the 5th edition. No. A goose-based TRPG. No. STL. Okay, we're off to a great start, everyone. A 5e, no, actually a 5e, STL, Goose meme, and Shadow Dark. This is a great start. Robin Goblin. Oh. Oh, you're not even trying. Come on, man. Alright, I mean, what could possibly go wrong? A zine for solo rolling, right? Now we get to play the game where we get to try to interpret Japanese things. Let's see. Oh wow. Itty bitty fate. Okay, alright, there we go. Alright, we're gaming. We're gaming, everybody. We can do this. Did I miss hedgerow? We didn't go over hedgerow. We did not go over hedgerow. Most likely it'll be put in one of the other ones. You never sent it to me either. That, and it was Crescendo to Violence kind of took me out. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Silly Horace. No, you didn't. I'm looking right here. It's not even here. You pinged me with it? That doesn't count. Let's see. I don't see anything. I think you're going insane, Horace. I think Horace is having a... Hey, everyone. I think Horace is having an episode with it. And you want to know what that means? I think Horace is having an episode, and we all need to look at him and laugh. Let's see. What are you talking about? That's not real. Now he's sending links that aren't real. What's next? How low can you go, Horace? What are you doing? Let's see. Oh, that's gonna hurt. The money shot, no. Zine Quest rolling up aliens. Let's see. Oh, fuck me. This is... I guess Dungeon... Oh, God. Dungeon 23 is here, isn't it? Let's see. Asgard. Oh, God. Not... Steel's Crypt. Premium Waifumon. Oh, boy. Let's look at Waifumon. What could possibly go wrong with Waifumon? Horace is being a gaslight gatekeep girl boss. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it. Posting lies from your chair. Let's see. Wrathborn Grimfolk fan is no. Oh no. Dueling card game. Okay. Revert. Okay. All right. Oh no. Okay. Oh wow. This is Yeah. No. This is rough. Ah. There we go. Time Force RPG. Save the world. Oh, it's MythWorks. Oh, it's a shot. It's a zine. Let's see. 5e. 5e. No, okay. Juego del rol el arquitecto. Olay. You ever just feel sad looking at things? Like you look at it and you're like, damn, maybe we don't get to have nice things. Oh wait, and premium. Oh no, no, for it. No, 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 no. Okay, let's see. The Squid Game. What? Rules light, trust heavy. How awful. Regularly, I'm gonna go to sleep. Let's see. Brian Poor, returning home, storytelling about family conflicts. Giggle slide. That sounds. I don't like giggle slide. Giggle is such a bad word. Like, I don't know. There's something about that I'm like, it's giggle. Giggle is like just a bad. I don't like that one. It scares me. Nothing good happens with a giggle. This is truly fucking terrible today. Fucking saving. Okay, saving private. Okay, I was getting a little worried there. Morkborg compatible adventure. Morkborg. Can't even do the voice. I'm just tired. I'm tired, Queens. You know what? No, I don't like gross things. Gross things are bad. They annoy me. No, my eyes. Mm. Yeah, this is fucking nothing. Jesus. This is painful. Okay, we'll go for a few more. I mean, there's got to be something in here, right? Little Bretonia. Tulpaborg. No. No. Stop that. Stop that now. No. Game of Pet Naughty Night. I don't know about you, but when it's like, all right, time to get in the sexy time, my first thought is, yeah, man, let's play fucking Monopoly. Like, nah, that's not. Like, that ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. It's like, oh yeah, time for smexing hours, and I'm like, not. Let's bust out the fucking. Let me bust out the goddamn Monopoly board. Yeah. All right. Let's Play the game. Stop hurting yourself, boss. Let's see. See, now we get to do the interpreting part of the game, where we get to interpret what's going on. Oh, it's a factory game. Gonna make a wild bet that everyone has to build their factory to do things. It's just a Japanese factory with money. Yeah, okay. Nothing too. It's a factory game. Nothing too extravagant there. Looks cute. I've seen this game before, and I'll see it again. Underfoot, Itty Bitty Fey RPG. I want to be. Let's see. He's a brownie or sprite, and okay. I don't remember this game. This game came out before. Okay, it's a D10 roll under system. All right. Oh god, they are in Philly. Ugh. I'm obligated to say that. I'm a Yinzer, what can I say? I mean, they've made their money. That's good. Where are they? Yeah, Philly. Fuck. Post-human cyberpunk RPG, and it's from Perth, and it's by the Gonorrhea Goblins. And what system is... Let's see. What are we working with? Sprawl core rule with the system. Playing cards. All right. That's interesting. A hacking maze. Oh. Oh no. You literally have to solve a fucking maze. That is kind of funny. Oh, waifumons. It's time for waifumons. Porn. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? It's porn. The joke is that it's porn. The joke is that they have tits. Giant boobs. That's the joke. Are you laughing? Laugh, monkeys, laugh. Fucking hate all of you. Reverse horror RPG. Minimalist rules. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh. Need a lot of money for what they're asking for, but I mean, looks like they have an interesting premise at least. They've got an interesting idea, and I'm curious to see where. Okay, he's got like 6 people working for him. Yeah, that makes sense. Resistance is required for the modern revolutionary. All right, collector liberation. Enjoy it. Fight for liberation. Cool. Let's see. Libertarian absolutism. Your actions are non-existent. Resisting fascism. Maybe I want to be a fascist. Ever thought about that? Ever thought about that? Huh? Huh? Pitchfork extended. Courage, wit, and they are from Sweden, so we're going to go away from that because I fucking hate Swedish people. Oh my god, we found Horace's game, everybody. Horace's favorite fantasy race. The gnomes. Make sure you clip that, everyone, that Horace's favorite fantasy race are gnomes. He loves gnomes so much. I should get him this so he knows that he loves gnomes. They're so gnomerific. Gnomer, God. Yeah, so wit over might. Alright, it seems like it's a pretty small zine quest game. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing extravagant. Oh, it's gnoming hours. Yeah, it seems like a nice little game from Northern Ireland. Vesta Mandate, sci-fi political intrigue game. Alright, I'm in. Story game Chicago, not looking okay. Hope is dwindling. Secrets. Oh, okay. So they're, they're EBTA moves. The Itch. What could possibly be here? I know things are going different when something is up here. It's... I think I got sent this game once. Seems like a thing. High production value, if anything. Seems interesting enough. Let's see. Oh, Gilla made a new game, everyone. Everyone, look, Gilla made a new game. For $10. How about no? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah, this one seems a little bit interesting to me personally, because this was he decided that he wanted to do something very very simplistic. He just wanted to remake Chainmail. I'm like, that's kind of an interesting idea. So I'm curious, am I going the itch.io dumpster diving? Let's see, anything else exciting? No, we're not going to look at that. We're not going to look at that. I saw it. You probably saw it too. We're not going to look at it. It's not real. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's fucking nothing here. Okay, there's nothing. No. Case of Gilla. The problem with Gilla is that Gilla makes the exact same game repeatedly. Or he did anyway. I don't know anything else. And he had a weird little mental breakdown. And I'm like, okay, you do you, boo-boo. And then I stopped looking at him for a while. But we did it, everyone. We really looked at all of the Ospreys. And I think we had some fun. So we got a couple people here. So let's harass women on the internet. I mean, no, it's just going to be what it is. I'm not even going to lie to myself here. I'm just going to be harassing women on the internet for them to say my name. Because I need that to make myself feel good. And everyone is playing Monster Hunter Wilds, by the way. Every single person is playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Because that shit's the big money right now, baby. Big money. Oh, come on. No, you're Russian. Can't trust them. We're not allowed to like them anymore. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no. Action content? No. None of you look interesting. Where are the anime girls who will say my name so I can get the fucking shot of adrenaline I need to get through my day? Why do you all look like furry avatars? What the fuck is that? Half of you look like furry avatars, and the other half of you look like you're done. Oh, corpse streaming. God, it's been forever since I've seen Corpse. Jesus. It's been 8 million years. There's fucking nothing. Let's see. Oh. Wait, oh, fuck you. Friendship over. Don't worry, boo-boo. Maria Moran. Don't worry, Manly. I still love you. You are truly my favorite Russian. Are we the baddies? No, go away. Let's see. I don't care about ads. Why do we show ads? Why are there ads, I say? Let's see. Let's harass women on the internet. There we go. We'll harass women on the internet, everyone. Because this is what I need to do. That you don't understand. It's a pathological need for validation. It is a problem. All right. Godspeed. Good luck. Love you all. I will see you all on the other side.